Hello, everyone. Oh, shit. 1 second. I'm a very forgetful Franny. Dora, I'm frozen. I was frozen today. How are we all doing, by the way? There we go. Oh, man. I'm great at this, I promise. Promise. Super good at this. Definitely not bad. Gotta move things around a little bit. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. How are we all doing today? Hope we're doing lovely. Just a moment. Oh man. Ghost is doing drugs today, which is concerning a little bit. Man, I've had a new song stuck in my head all day. uh, don't worry, we'll get to reading soon. We'll all be fine. Everything will be perfectly fine. I promise. And I will do my very best to not sneeze, even though I really feel like I need to sneeze all the time today. There's so much sneezy. Too much sneezing. RIP. R.I.P. me. There we go. There we go. Oof. It's so weird how. Ugh. It's so weird how it goes from feeling so cold to so hot so quickly. I know that was a little bit loud. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I have my tea once again, which is wonderful. Going to be enjoying a little bit of I think it's still the blackberry raspberry mix. There you go. Opening books is hard. Opening books hard. Oh, and we got right to Cinderella last time. Fascinating. I wonder what fresh horror is gonna be here for us this time. So, book is very temperamental. Damn me for wanting physical books to read, huh? Huh? There we go. There we go. Okay, book, behave yourself, please. There we go. We're good. Okay, and I hope everyone can see me all right. Just wanting to make sure. Just wanting to make sure the audio's good and everyone's nice and comfy and cozy. Hopefully the allergies aren't too bad. Also, yes, I did genuinely add the water slide emote that someone suggested when the question was what would improve this server. Someone said water slide, so now we have a water slide emote on the Discord server. Feel free to join the Discord server, by the way. Pretty pretty great place. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Nose. Nose. Nose goes. Okay, let's see. Anyway, let's see. I've heard that I've heard that Cinderella is quite the interesting tale when you actually read it. Any whoozle. Okay. Oh, the wife of a rich man fell sick, and as she felt that her end was drawing near, she called her only daughter to her bedside and said, "Dear child, be good and pious, and then the good Sky Daddy will always protect thee, and I will look down on thee from heaven." 1 second. There we go. From heaven, and be near thee. Ba, ba, ba. Thereupon she closed her eyes and departed. Every day the maiden went out to her mother's grave and wept, and she remained pious and good. When winter came, the snow spread a white sheet over the grave, and when the spring sun had drawn it off again, the man had taken another wife. The woman had brought 2 daughters into the house with her. Oof, there we go. Donkey book. Sorry. The woman had brought 2 daughters into the house with her, who were beautiful and fair of face, but vile and black of heart. Now began a bad time for the poor stepchild. "Is this stupid goose to sit in the parlor with us?" said they. "He who wants to eat bread must earn it. Out with the kitchen wench." That's rude. That's rude. They took her pretty clothes away from her, put an old gray bedgown on her, and gave her wooden shoes. Oh, that sounds horrible, actually. "Just look at the proud princess, how decked out she is," they cried and laughed, and led her into the kitchen. There she had to do hard work from morning till night, get up before daybreak, carry water, light fires, cook and wash. Besides this, the sisters did her every not very. Besides this, the sisters did her every imaginable injury. They mocked her and emptied her peas and lentils into the ashes, so that she was forced to sit and pick them out again. In the evening, when she had worked till she was weary, she had no bed to go to, but had to sleep by the fireside in the ashes. Get it? Cinderella? And as on that account she always looked dusty and dirty, they called her Cinderella. It happened that the father was once going to be to the fair, and he asked his 2 stepdaughters what he should bring back for them. Beautiful dresses, said one. Pearls and jewels, said the second. And thou, Cinderella, what wilt thou have? Father, break off for me the first branch which knocks against your hat on your way home. That's cute. So he bought beautiful dresses, pearls and jewels for his two stepdaughters, and on his way home, as he was riding through a green thicket, a hazel twig brushed against him and knocked off his hat. That's a rude twig. Then he broke off the branch and took it with him. When he reached home, he gave his stepdaughters the things which they had wished for. And to Cinderella he gave the branch from the hazel bush. Cinderella thanked him, went to her mother's grave, and planted the branch on it, and wept so much that the tears fell down on it and watered it. And it grew, however, and became a handsome tree. Side note, I'm pretty sure that's not how tree growth works. Can you just take a random branch and plant it? Anyway, we're in a fairy tale kingdom where they talk to frogs and shit, so you know, maybe I should be a little bit less judgy about that. Thrice a day, Cinderella went and sat beneath it, and wept and prayed, and a little white bird always came on the tree, and if Cinderella expressed a wish, the bird threw down to her what she had wished for. I want a knife to kill my step family. Can I get a knife? That's not a knife. This is a real knife, says the bird. It happened, however, that the king appointed a festival, which was to last 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young girls in the country were invited. There we go. In order that his son might choose himself a bride. When the two stepsisters heard that they too were to appear among the number, they were delighted, called Cinderella and said, "Comb our hair for us, brush our shoes, and fasten our buckles, for we are going to the festival at the king's palace." Cinderella obeyed, but wept because she too would have liked to go with them to the dance, and begged her stepmother to allow her to do so. "Thou go, Cinderella," said she. "Thou art dusty and dirty, and wouldn't go to the festival, and would go to the—" Oh, she's like, "Bitch, you dirty. Why are you saying you want to go to the festival, you dingus?" Thou hast no clothes and shoes, uh, and yet would dance." As, however, Cinderella went on asking, the stepmother at last said, "I have emptied a dish of lentils into the ashes for thee. If thou hast picked them out again in 2 hours, thou shalt go with us." The maiden went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds beneath the sky, come and help me to pick." No talking mouse in this one so far. She's getting the help of birds. Birds. Then 2 white pigeons came in by the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, and at last all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes, and the pigeons nodded with their heads and began to pick, 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 and the rest began also pick, 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 and gathered all the good grains into the dish. Hardly had 1 hour passed before they had finished, and all flew out again. Then the girl took the dish to her stepmother, and was glad, and believed that now she would be allowed to go with them to the festival. But the stepmother said, "No, Cinderella, thou hast no clothes, and thou canst not dance. Thou wouldst only be laughed at." And as Cinderella wept at this, the stepmother said, "If thou canst pick 2 dishes of lentils out of the ashes for me in 1 hour, thou shalt go with us." Oh, so I guess 2 dishes. She's like, she's moving the fence post. She's moving it little by little. And she thought to herself, "That she most certainly cannot do." When the stepmother had emptied the 2 dishes of lentils amongst the ashes, the maiden went through the back door into the garden and cried, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds under heaven, come and help me to pick." Wait, so do they like need to keep the ashes for some reason? Because the way I would solve this is I would just scoop everything up into like a cheesecloth, and then I just put it under, I just rinse it, just put everything into a cheesecloth, and then just like spritz it down with some water or like dunk it into water until it's gone. You know? Because I mean they're already covered in ashes. Like the lentils are already fucked with the ashes. Okay. So you know. Anyway, the good into the pot, the bad into the crop. Then 2 white pigeons came in by the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, not gloves, turtle gloves. Uh, and at length all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes. And the doves nodded with their heads and began to pick, 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 pick. And the others began also pick, 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 and gathered all the good seeds into the dishes. And before half an hour was over, they had already finished, and all flew out again. Then the maiden carried the dishes to the stepmother and was delighted, and believed that she might now go with them to the festival. But the stepmother said, "All this will not help thee. Thou goest not with us, for thou hast no clothes and canst not dance. We should be ashamed of thee." Bitch. On this she turned her back on Cinderella, who walked up and stabbed her in the back with a knife. The end. I'm kidding. Anyway, on this she turned her back on Cinderella, who totally didn't stab her, and hurried away with her 2 proud daughters. As no one was now at home, Cinderella went to her mother's grave beneath the hazel tree, and cried, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold throw down over me." Oh, oh, okay. I thought she just wanted like a couple bags of money. Then the bird threw a gold and silver dress down to her, and slippers embroidered with silk and silver. She put on the dress with all speed and went to the festival. Her stepsisters and stepmother, however, did not know her, and thought she must be a foreign princess, for she looked so beautiful in the golden dress. They never once thought of Cinderella, and believed that she was sitting at home in the dirt, picking lentils out of the ashes. Why do they keep putting the beans in the ashes? Who does that? Who keeps putting the beans in the ashes? I mean, I know the stepmother did it like twice, but like, is that where they store their beans? Is that a good way of storing beans? I don't think that's a good way of storing beans. I think that's a bad way of storing beans, actually. Anyway, the prince went to meet her, took her by the hand, and danced with her. He would dance with no other maiden, and never left loose of her hand. And if anyone else came to invite her, he said, "This is my partner." She danced till it was evening, and then she wanted to go home. But the king's son said, I will go with thee and bear thee company, for he wished to see whom the beautiful maiden belonged. He wanted to see to whom she belonged. She escaped from him, however, and sprang into the pigeon house. The king's son waited until her father came. Uh, okay, and then he told him that the stranger maiden had leapt into the pigeon house. The old man thought, can it be Cinderella? Really? And they had to bring him an axe and a pickaxe, that he might hew the pigeon house to pieces, but no one was inside it. And when they got home, Cinderella lay in her dirty clothes among the ashes, and a dim little oil lamp was burning on the mantelpiece. For Cinderella had jumped quickly down from the back of the pigeon house, and had run to the little hazel tree, and there she had taken off her beautiful clothes, and laid them on the grave, and the bird had taken them away again. And then she had placed herself in the kitchen amongst the ashes and her in the kitchen amongst the ashes in her gray gown. Got it. We made it. Next day, when the festival began afresh, and her parents and the stepsisters had gone once more, Cinderella went to the hazel tree and said, Shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me. Then the bird threw down a much more beautiful dress than on the preceding day, and when Cinderella appeared at the festival in this dress, when she appeared at the festival in this dress, everyone was astonished at her beauty. The king's son, aka the prince, had waited until she came, and instantly took her by the hand and danced with no one but her. When others came and invited her, he said, She is my partner. When evening came, she wished to leave, and the king's son followed her and wanted to see into which house she went. But she sprang away from him, and into the garden, no, and into the garden behind the house. She ran away. Ran away real good. Ba, ba, ba. Therein stood a beautiful tall tree, on which hung the most magnificent pears. She clambered so nimbly between the branches like a squirrel that the king's son did not know where she was gone. He waited until her father came, and said to him, The stranger maiden has escaped from me, and I believe she has climbed up the pear tree. The father thought, Can it be Cinderella? And had an axe brought to cut the tree down, but no one was on it. And when they got into the kitchen, Cinderella lay there amongst the ashes as usual, for she had jumped down on the other side of the tree, had taken the beautiful dress to the bird on the little hazel tree, and put on her gray gown. On the third day, when the parents and sisters had gone away, Cinderella went once more to her mother's grave, and said to the little tree, Shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me. He's gonna just put her in a fucking cage soon. He's like, no, you can't run. God damn it. Why are you playing with my feelings? And now the bird threw down to her a dress which was more splendid and magnificent than any she had had yet. And the slippers were golden. And when she went to the festival in the dress, no one knew how to speak for astonishment. The king's son danced with her only, and if anyone invited her to dance, he said, She is my partner. Oh boy. When evening came, Cinderella wished to leave, and the king's son was anxious to go with her, but she escaped from him so quickly that he could not follow her. The king's son had, however, used a stratagem, and had caused the whole staircase to be smeared with pitch. And there, when she ran down, the maiden's left slipper remained sticking. The king's son picked it up, and it was small and dainty and all golden. Next morning he went with it to the father, and said to him, "No one shall be my wife but she whose foot in and said to him, "No one shall be my wife but she whose foot this golden slipper fits." Then were the two sisters glad, for they had pretty feet. The eldest went with the shoe into her room and wanted to try it on, and her mother stood by, but she could not get her big stupid toe into it. No, but she could not get her big toe into it, and the shoe was too small for her. Then her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut the toe off. When thou art queen, thou wilt have no more need to go on foot." Yes, cut your toe off. It's perfectly fine. The maiden cut the toe off, forced the foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. Then he took her on his horse as his bride, and rode away with her. They were, however, obliged to pass the grave, and there on the hazel tree sat two pigeons, and cried, turn and peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." These birds are fucking Chad bros. You're like, no, you're not gonna miss out on our lady friend. Then he looked at her foot and saw how the blood was streaming from it. Maybe that she should have cauterized the wound first. He turned his horse round and took the false bride home again, and said she was not the true one, and that the other sister was to put the shoe on. Ew. This one went into her chamber and got her toes safely into the shoe, but her heel was too large. So her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut a bit off thy heel. When thou art queen, thou wilt have no more need to go on foot." Man, the fact that the prince is like, "Hey man, put this bloody shoe on and I'll marry you." Yikes. The maiden cut a bit off her heel, forced her foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. He took her on his horse as his bride, and rode away with her. But when they passed by the hazel tree, two little pigeons sat on it and cried, turn and peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." Oh my god, this shoe is so full of blood. He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was running out of her shoe, and how it had stained her white stocking. Then he turned his horse and took the false bride home again. "This is also not the right one," he said. "Have you no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "There is a still ugh, there is still a little stunted kitchen wench, which my late wife left behind her, but she cannot possibly be the bride." Okay, so I thought that the dad was like, okay. Has the dad been manipulated into hating his own daughter? That's kind of fucked up, huh? That's really fucked up. Why would you do that? Yeah. Anyway, the king's son said he was to send her up to him, but the mother answered, "Oh no, she is much too dirty. She can't show herself." He absolutely insisted on it, and Cinderella had to be called. She first washed her hands and face clean, and then went and bowed down before the king's son, who gave her the golden shoe. Then she seated herself on a stool, drew her foot out of the heavy wooden shoe, and put it into the slipper, which fitted like a glove. Like a glove? And when she rose up and the king's son looked at her face, he recognized the beautiful maiden who had danced with him, and cried, "That is the true bride." The stepmother and the two sisters were terrified and became pale with rage. He, however, took Cinderella on his horse and rode away with her. As they passed by the hazel tree, the two white doves cried, turn and peep, no blood is in the shoe. The shoe is not too small for her, the true bride rides with you." There's definitely still, are they washing the shoe? They didn't mention washing the shoe. I don't think they're capable of washing things, because if they were, they would have washed the lentils. Hot take. And when they had cried that, the two came flying down and placed themselves on Cinderella's shoulders, one on the right, the other on the left, and remained sitting there. When the wedding with the king's son, the prince, had to be celebrated, the two false sisters came and wanted to get into favor with Cinderella and share her good fortune. When the betrothed couple went to the church, the elder was at the right side and the younger at the left, and the pigeons pecked out one eye of each of them. Afterwards they came back. The elder was at the left and the younger at the right, and the pigeons pecked out the other eye of each. And thus for their wickedness and falsehood they were punished with blindness as long as they lived. That's a, that's a strange. Okay, cool. The end. That was the end. That was it. That's it. They just like, they're blind. The end. I just, they blind. And oh my goodness. I love the just abrupt endings of these stories. I've actually never read this next one. I mean, I've never read a lot of these, to be honest. To be fair, never read a good most of them. But uh some of them I've never even like heard of. Like a lot of them I've heard of them, in passing, but there's been a couple where I just haven't heard of them at all. And it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Next up is the riddle. The Riddler. I'm kidding. There was once a king's son who was seized with a desire to travel about the world, and took no one with him but a faithful servant. One day he came to a great forest, and when darkness overtook him he could find no shelter, and knew not where to pass the night. Then he saw a girl who was going towards a small house, and when he came nearer, he saw that the maiden was young and beautiful. He spoke to her and said, "Dear child, can I and my servant find shelter for the night in this little house?" "Oh, yes," said the girl, in a sad voice, "that you certainly can, but I do not advise you to venture it. Do not go in." "Why not?" asked the prince. I'm sorry, I'm getting randomly kind of pissed off with their insistence on just saying the king's son, as opposed to just calling them a prince. Anyway, let's see. "Why not?" asked the king's son. The maiden sighed and said, My stepmother practices wicked arts. She is ill disposed towards strangers. Then he saw very well that he had come to the house of a witch. But as it was dark, and he could not go farther, and also was not afraid, maybe he should be. Are you afraid? You should be. You should be. Sorry, adjusting. Making adjustments. Let's see. He entered. The old woman was sitting in an armchair by the fire and looked at the stranger with her red eyes. "Good evening," growled she, and pretended to be quite friendly. "Take a seat and rest yourselves." She blew up the fire on which she was cooking something in a small pot. The daughter warned the two to be prudent, to eat nothing, and drink nothing, for the old woman brewed evil drinks. They slept quietly until early morning, when they were making ready for their departure. And the king's son was already seated on his horse. The old woman said, "No, wait. Yeah, they were making ready, yeah. Stop a moment. I will first hand you a parting draught." While she fetched it, the king's son rode away, and the servant, who had to buckle his saddle tight, was the only one present when the wicked witch came with the drink. "Take that to your master," said she. But at that instant the glass broke, and the poison spirted on the horse. And it was so strong that the animal immediately fell down dead. That's like mega poison. God damn. Like, that poison was so strong, didn't even need to get drank, didn't even need to enter the body. It was so strong that it was a topical poison. Damn, she really wanted to fuck them up. I mean, I guess a topical poison would also kill you if you ingested it, but like, the fact that it was strong enough to just like boop, boop, and then dead. The servant ran after his master and told him what had happened, but would not leave his saddle behind him. What? And ran back to fetch it. God damn it. Don't go back. When, however, he came to the dead horse, a raven was already sitting on it and devouring it. "Who knows whether we shall find anything better today?" said the servant. So he killed the raven and took it with him. Bad, bad idea. Ravens are such like symbolic creatures. Oh boy. And now they journeyed onwards into the forest the whole day, but could not get out of it. By nightfall they found an inn and entered it. The servant gave the raven to the innkeeper to make ready for supper. They had, however, stumbled on a den of murderers, and during the darkness 12 of them came. Damn. Intending to kill the strangers and rob them. Before they set about this work, they sat down to supper, and the innkeeper and the witch sat down with them. This witch is really following them, huh? And together they ate. They ate a dish of soup, in which was cut up the flesh of the raven. Hardly, however, had they swallowed a couple of mouthfuls before they all fell down dead, for the raven had communicated to them the poison from the horse flesh. There was no one else left in the house but the innkeeper's daughter, who was honest and had taken no part in their godless deeds. She opened all the doors to the stranger and showed him the heaped up treasures, But the king's son said she might keep everything. He would have none of it, and rode onwards with his new servant. No, it is not his new servant. I thought his servant died for a second. Ha. But the king's son said she might keep everything, and he would have none of it, and rode onwards with his servant, his always servant, the same servant. After they had travelled about for a long time, they came to a town in which was a beautiful but proud princess, who had caused it to be proclaimed that whosoever should set her a riddle which she could not guess, that man should be her husband. But if she guessed it, his head must be cut off. Okay, little Queen of Hearts moment here. She had 3 days to guess it in. She had 3 days to guess it in, but was so clever that she always found the answer to the riddle given to her before the appointed time. 9 suitors had already perished in this manner when the king's son arrived, and blinded by her great beauty, was willing to stake his life for it. Oh no. Then he went to her and laid his riddle before her. "What is this?" said he. One slew one, and yet slew 12. Uh, oh, is it the raven? He's like, oh, it was a poison raven. She did not know what that was. She thought and thought, but she could not find out. She opened her riddle books, but it was not in them. In short, her wisdom was at an end. As she did not know how to help herself, she ordered her maid to creep into the lord's sleeping chamber and listen to his dreams. Okay. Oh no, and thought that he would perhaps speak in his sleep and discover the riddle. Okay, okay. Oh god. Sorry, I see the art for the next story. There's art for the next story, and it looks hilariously stupid. Anyway. But the clever servant had placed himself in the bed instead of his master, and when the maid came there, he tore off from her the mantle in which she had wrapped herself, and chased her out with rods. Just pointing rods at her. He's gonna do the The second night the king's daughter sent her maid-in-waiting, who was to see if she could succeed better in listening. But the servant took her mantle also away from her, and hunted her out with rods. And he really only has the one trick, doesn't he? Really just kind of leans on the rods thing. Anyway, sorry. The rods thing is really. Now the master believed himself safe for the third night, and lay down in his own bed. Then came the princess herself. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then we're going to be in an ad break. I'm sorry, everyone. That's the most ASMR thing I've ever done, huh? Should I start just whispering, or should I just keep with my gentle voice? Maybe I'll put it to a vote for the VIPs. Because I could just whisper. It's up to you guys, though. Anyway, sorry. Then came the princess herself. She had put on a misty gray mantle, and she seated herself near him. And when she thought that he was asleep and dreaming, she spoke to him, and hoped that he would answer in his sleep as many do. But he was awake, and understood and heard everything quite well. Then she asked, "One slew one, what is that?" He replied, "A raven, which ate of a dead and poisoned horse, and died of it." She inquired further, "And yet slew 12, what is that?" He answered, "That means 12 murderers who ate the raven and died of it." Huh. When she knew the answer to the riddle, she wanted to steal away, but he held her mantle so fast that she was forced to leave it behind her. Next morning, the king's daughter announced that she had guessed the riddle and sent for the 12 judges and expounded it before them. But the youth begged for a hearing and said, "She stole into my room in the night and questioned me. Otherwise, she could not have discovered it." The judges said, "Bring us proof of this." Then were the 3 mantles brought thither by the servant, and when the judges saw the misty gray one, which the king's daughter usually wore, they said, "Let the mantle be embroidered with gold and silver, and then it will be your wedding mantle." Damn. Imagine dabbing on the fucking princess. I, if she didn't want to get married that badly, why why even make it an option? Why not just be like, "Oh, if I do a riddle, if we do riddle things, I'll marry you or some shit." I don't fucking know. It's so silly. The next one is the mouse, the bird, and the sausage. The sausage. However, we also are about to be in an ad break, so I might hold off for just a moment on reading the next one, just until the ad break is done, you know? Uh, let's see, when was that? Was that 5 minutes ago? I feel like it should have. I don't know. No, this art is fucking hilarious, though. So, like, imagine a thruple house. Like, you know what a thruple is. Everyone knows what a thruple is at this point. But, like, so the sausage has legs and somehow looks hairy. The sausage looks hairy. It's wearing a little chef hat. It has a giant spoon and a spatula reaching out a door and touching noodles. Oh no, it's a stove. He's cooking. I was like, what's happening? That's like smoke and fire. Okay, so the sausage is cooking. Looks a little hairy, has a little chef hat and a spoon and a spatula. Or is that supposed to be like a that's supposed to be a pan? I think it might be a pan. Then there's a bird that has a stick. The bird is very judgmentally watching the sausage cook. Very concerning, honestly. It's just kind of it honestly. So the bird and the rat aren't all that like anthropomorphized, right? The sausage is way more anthropomorphized than the other two. The sausage has like normal people feet and a normal person face and like hands and like the bird doesn't have hands, it has wings. It's using its little claw feet to hold the stick. And the mouse is just a fucking mouse. It's just a very large mouse. There's nothing about it that is any kind of anthropomorphized anything. And the mouse is like at a bowl. It's also judging how the sausage is cooking. It's very rude. And it looks like there's like thistle being used as a border. It's a very strange picture. It's a very strange one. I might post it later because I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so the ad's gonna start any second now. So we'll get up and stretch and take sippies and little snacks, and we'll have a good time. You can enjoy the clips and stuff for a little bit, and then we won't have to deal with ads for a whole other hour. a whole other hour, guys. Isn't that awesome? Isn't it just great? Isn't it a dandy? Isn't it rad? Sorry, I'm just trying to kill time until the ad starts. It said it was supposed to start any second now. How could they do this to me? Okay, there we go. We'll be right back.
Yes, I got her. Holy shit. Oh, I got her. Fuck you. Yes, I got her. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, I got her. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck this bitch. I hate her so much. Whew. No, you have no idea. I was fighting her for like 2, maybe 3 hours last night.
Kaden, I need an adult. Oh fuck. Help, Kaden! Help, Kaden! Ah! No, not Amanda! No, Kaden! Kaden! Help me! Help me! Kaden! 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 Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Kaden! Kaden! Fuck! Drink the magic! Drink it! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! So close! So close! Okay. Sorry. Also have my little laptop keyboard. And I keep reaching forward to do the laptop keyboard. Even though I really shouldn't.
I mean, you don't need to.
Yeah.
It's just a habit.
Yeah, it's a habit. God. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yikes. What? Wow. Wow, that guy. No fear.
It was actually very sadly difficult to find, you know?
You looked for it?
I love the fury. I love the rage. Oh, fun. That's wonderful. I love. Okay, we finally got it. We're finally doing it. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, fucked it up. No! Do it! Get the fucking coin, Sonic! You little shit. You fuck. Whoa! My life does sort of start to revolve around that person. Oh my god, I'm getting called out. I change my hairstyle, clothing, lifestyle, and even how I season my cooking to suit his taste.
And we're back. Thank you all so much for your patience. Ah, ba 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 ba. Anyway, anyone who is actually in my Discord server, you can see the picture I was trying to describe earlier. It's very funny. Like, why is the sausage so anthropomorphized? Anyway, I think the bird's a quail, by the way. It has the little quail doodle thing on its head. You know, the little thing on its head. It's like the thing that a roly poly oly has on its head. Like not an antenna, but it's kind of an antenna. Bird antenna. Anyway, once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage became companions, kept house together, lived well and happily with each other, and wonderfully increased their possessions. Aw, I'm happy for them. That's very sweet. The bird's work was to fly every day into the forest and bring back wood. The mouse had to carry water, light the fire, and lay the table, for the sausage had to cook. Okay. Who cleans up after the cooking? Anyway, he who is too well off is always looking for something new. Oh, damn, that's rough. One day, therefore, the bird met with another bird on the way, to whom it related its excellent circumstances and boasted of them. The other bird, however, called it a poor simpleton for his hard work, but said that the two at home had good times. For when the mouse had made her fire and carried her water, she went into her little room to rest until they called her to lay the table. The sausage stayed by the pot, saw that he saw that the food was cooking well, and when it was nearly time for dinner, it rolled itself once or twice through the broth or vegetables, and then they were buttered, salted, and ready. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. You can't basically say that someone stuck their dick in the soup to flavor it. No, he's giving it that fucking seasoning. He's giving it that buttery seasoning. Anyway, I'm sorry. I hate this. Oh, and he's salting it with himself. I hate this. I hate this so much. No. Oh, it's gross. Anyway, anyway. When the bird came home and laid his burden down, they sat down to dinner, and after they had their meal, they slept their fill till the next morning. And that was a splendid life. It does sound really ideal. It sounds like a really nice life. Next day, the bird, prompted by the other bird, would go no more into the wood, saying that he had been a servant long enough, and had been made a fool of by them, and that they must change about for once, and try to arrange it in another way. And though the mouse and the sausage also begged most earnestly, the bird would have his way, and said it must be tried. They cast lots about it, and the lot fell on the sausage, who was to carry wood. The mouse became cook, and the bird was to fetch water. What happened? The little sausage went out towards the wood, the little bird lighted the fire, the mouse stayed by the pot and waited alone until the little sausage came home and brought wood for the next day. But the little sausage stayed so long on the road that they both feared something was amiss, and the bird flew out a little way in the air to meet it. Not far off, however, it met a dog on the road who had fallen on the poor sausage as lawful booty, and had seized and swallowed it. The bird charged the dog with an act of barefaced robbery, but it was in vain to speak, for the dog said he had found forged letters on the sausage, on which accounts its life was forfeited to him. What is happening? Why is there like weird political intrigue in this story about a sausage, a bird, and a mouse? Anyway, the bird sadly took up the wood, flew home, and related what he had seen and heard. They were much troubled, but agreed to do their best and remain together. The bird therefore laid the cloth, and the mouse made ready the food, and wanted to dress it, and to get into the pot, as the sausage used to, and roll and creep amongst the vegetables to mix them. But before she got into the midst of them, she was stopped, and lost her skin and hair, and life in the attempt. When the bird came to carry up the dinner, no cook was there. In its distress, the bird threw the wood here and there, called and searched, but no cook was to be found. Owing to his carelessness, the wood caught fire, itself and a conflagration ensued. The bird hastened to fetch water, and then the bucket dropped from his claws into the well, and he fell down in it and could not recover himself, but had to drown here. I just need a second with that. So, so I appreciate the sentiment of the story, right? Everyone contributes to a shared life in the best way they can. That's the ideal. Like, hey, I'm good at this. This is the task that I'm super good at. This is the task that, is safest for me and whatever. And guess what? That's valid. No task is greater than the others. You contribute what you can. You contribute your best asset. And the bird was just like, I don't want to go out. I don't want to. Bird sucks. That's all I'm gonna say. The next one is Mother Holly. Mother Holly? Or is it Mother Hole? I honestly can't tell. Alrighty. Also, thank you so much for the follow. So, Mother Holly or Mother Hole? I can't tell. I have no idea. Gonna be 100% honest there. There was once a widow who had two daughters, one of whom was pretty and industrious, whilst the other one was idle and ugly. Man, she doesn't even make up for it with her personality. Damn. But she was much fonder of the ugly and idle one, because she was her own daughter, and the other, who was a stepdaughter, was obliged to do all the work and be the Cinderella of the house. Oh, he's using that as a descriptor now. Great. Every day the poor girl had to sit by a well in the highway and spin till her fingers bled. Now it happened that one day the shuttle was marked with her blood. So she dipped it in the well to wash the mark off, but it dropped out of her hand and fell to the bottom. She began to weep. This is how a fucking SCP or Eastern fucking horror tale. This is how you make the grudge. This is how you curse your family, okay? She began to weep. Hi, Skiff, welcome in. This is seriously how you make a cursed family. Like, now it happened that one day the shuttle was marked with her blood, so she dipped it in the well to wash it off, but it dropped out of her hand and fell to the bottom. That's absolutely how you curse a family. Just like this poor tormented girl. Her blood has stained the well, and now it's. She began to weep and ran to her stepmother and told her of the mishap. But she scolded her sharply and was so merciless as to say, "Since you have let the shuttle fall in, you must fetch it out again." This is absolutely how you get. This is how you get the ring and grudge. This is how you get scary well girls, okay? So the girl went back to the well and did not know what to do. And in the sorrow of her heart, she jumped into the well to get the shuttle. Again, this is how you get crazy well curse things. Anyway. Oh, she lost her senses, and when she awoke and came to herself again, she was in a lovely meadow, where the sun was shining, and many thousands of flowers were growing. Along this meadow she went, and at last came to a baker's oven full of bread, and the bread cried out. 1 second. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. The bread's crying out. And the bread cried out, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked a long time." So she went up to it, and took out all the loaves one after another, with the bread shovel. After that she went on till she came to a tree covered with apples, which called out to her, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." So she shook the tree till the apples fell like rain, and went on shaking till they were all down. And when she had gathered them into a heap, she went on her way. At last she came to a little house, out of which an old woman peeped. But she had such large teeth that the girl was frightened, and was about to run away. But the old woman called out to her, "What are you afraid of, dear child? Stay with me. If you will do all the work in the house properly, you shall be the better for it. Only you must take care to make my bed well, and shake it thoroughly till the feathers fly, for then there is snow on the earth, and I am Mother Holly." As the old woman spoke so kindly to her, the girl took courage, and agreed to enter her service. She attended to everything to the satisfaction of her mistress, and always shook her bed so vigorously that the feathers flew about like snowflakes. So she had a pleasant life with her, never an angry word, and boiled or roast meat every day. She stayed some time with Mother Holly, and then she became sad. At first she did not know what was the matter with her, but found at length that it was homesickness. Although she was many thousand times better off here than at home, still she had a longing to be there. At last she said to the old woman, "I have a longing for home, and however well off I am down here, I cannot stay any longer. I must go up again to my own people." Mother Holly said, "I am pleased that you long for your home again, and as you have served me so truly, I myself will take you up again." Aww. Thereupon she took her by the hand, and led her to a large door. The door was opened, and just as the maiden was standing beneath the doorway, a heavy shower of golden rain fell, and all the gold remained sticking to her, so that she was completely covered over with it. "Oh, okay. Okay. You shall have that, because you have been so industrious," said Mother Holly, and at the same time she gave her back the shuttle, which she had let fall into the well. Thereupon the door closed, and the maiden found herself up above upon the earth, not far from her mother's house. And as she went into the yard, the rooster was standing by the well side and cried, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Your golden girl's come back to you." So she went in to her mother, and as she arrived thus covered with gold, she was well received both by her and her sister. The girl told all that had happened to her, and as soon as the mother heard how she had come by so much wealth, she was very anxious to obtain the same good luck for the ugly and lazy daughter. It's not going to happen, though. She's going to get cursed. She had to seat herself by the well and spin, and in order that her shuttle might be stained with blood, she stuck her hand into a thorn bush and pricked her finger. Then she threw her shuttle into the well and jumped in after it. she came, like the other, to the beautiful meadow, and walked along the very same path. When she got to the oven, the bread again cried, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked a long time." But the lazy thing answered, "As if I had any wish to make myself dirty." And on she went. Soon she came to the apple tree, which cried, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." But she answered, "I like that, one of you might fall on my head." Bitch. And so she went on. When she came to Mother Holly's house, she was not afraid, for she had already heard of her big teeth, and she hired herself to her immediately. Oh boy, that's gonna go well. The first day she forced herself to work diligently, and obeyed Mother Holly when she told her to do anything, for she was thinking of all the gold that she would give her. But on the second day she began to be lazy, and on the third day still more so. And then she would not get up in the morning at all. Neither did she make Mother Holly's bed as she ought, and did not shake it so as to make the feathers fly up. Mother Holly was soon tired of this, and gave her notice to leave. The lazy girl was willing enough to go, and thought that now the golden rain would come. Mother Holly led her also to the great door, but while she was standing beneath it, instead of the gold, a big kettle full of pitch was emptied over her. "That is the reward for your service," said Mother Holly, and shut the door. The lazy girl went home, but she was quite covered with pitch, and the rooster by the well-side, as soon as he saw her, cried out, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Your pitchy girl's come back to you." But the pitch stuck fast to her, and could not be got off as long as she lived. It's funny. The next story is The Seven Ravens. There was once a man who had 7 sons, and still he had no daughter, however much he wished for one. At length his wife again gave him hope of a child, and when it came into the world it was a girl. The joy was great, but the child was sickly and small, and had to be privately baptized on account of its weakness. The father sent one of the boys in haste to the spring to fetch water for the baptism. The other 6 went with him, and as each of them wanted to be first to fill it, the jug fell into the well. Oh no! There they stood and did not know what to do, and none of them dared to go home. As they still did not return, the father grew impatient and said, "They have certainly forgotten it for some game, the wicked boys." Oh no! He became afraid that the girl would have to die without being baptized. Wow. Okay. Not gonna get into that one, but not exact, not. And in his anger cried, blah, blah, blah. And in his anger cried, "I wish the boys were all turned into ravens." Hardly was the word spoken before he heard a whirring of wings over his head in the air, looked up and saw 7 coal-black ravens flying away. The parents could not withdraw the curse, and however sad they were at the loss of their 7 sons, they still, to some extent, comforted themselves with their dear little daughter, who soon grew strong, and every day became more beautiful. For a time she did not know that she had brothers, for her parents were careful not to mention them before her. But one day she accidentally heard some people saying of herself that the girl was certainly beautiful, but that in reality she was to blame for the misfortune which had befallen her 7 brothers. No, I think it was the dad who literally cursed them, so. Then she was much troubled, and went to her father and mother and asked if it was true that she had had brothers, and what had become of them. The parents now dared keep the secret no longer, but said that what had befallen her brothers was the will of heaven, and that her birth had only been the innocent cause. Oh, that's mean. But the maiden took it to heart daily, and thought she must deliver her brothers. She had no rest or peace until she set out secretly, and went forth into the wide world to trace out her brothers, and set them free, let it cost what it might. She took nothing with her but a little ring belonging to her parents as a keepsake, a loaf of bread against hunger, a little pitcher of water against thirst, and a little chair as a provision against weariness. Ah. And now she went continually onwards, far, far, to the very end of the world. Then she came to the sun, but it was too hot and terrible and devoured little children. Hastily she ran away, and ran to the moon, but it was far too cold, and also awful and hey, don't shit on the moon, fuck you. And when it saw the child, it said, I smell the flesh of men. On this she ran swiftly away, and came to the stars, which were kind and good to her. See, the stars are great. Everyone loves space, right? And each of them sat on its own particular little chair. But the morning star arose, and gave her the drumstick of a chicken, and said, If thou hadst not that drumstick, thou canst not open the glass mountain, and in the glass mountain are thy brothers. What? The maiden took the drumstick, wrapped it carefully in a cloth, and went onwards again until she came to the glass mountain. The door was shut, and she thought she would take out the drumstick, but then she undid the cloth. But when she undid the cloth, it was empty, and she had lost the good star's present. What was she now to do? She wished to rescue her brothers, and had no key to the glass mountain. The good sister took a knife, cut off one of her little fingers, and put it in the door, and succeeded in opening it. Oh my goodness. When she had gone inside, a little dwarf came to meet her, who said, My child, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my brothers, the 7 ravens, she replied. The dwarf said, The Lord Ravens are not at home, but if you will wait here until they come, step in. Thereupon the little dwarf carried the ravens' dinner in, on 7 little plates, and in 7 little glasses. And the little sister ate a morsel from each plate, and from each little glass she took a sip. But in the last little glass she dropped the ring which she had brought away with her. Suddenly she heard a whirring of wings and a rushing through the air, and then the little dwarf said, Now the Lord Ravens are flying home. Then they came and wanted to eat and drink, and looked for their little plates and glasses. Then said one after another, Who has eaten something from my plate? Who has drunk out of my little glass? It was a human mouth. And when the 7th came to the bottom of the glass, the ring rolled against his mouth. Then he looked at it, and saw that it was a ring belonging to his father and mother, and said, Sky Daddy grant that our sister may be here, and then we shall be free. When the maiden, who was standing behind the door watching, heard that wish, she came forth, and on this all the ravens were restored to their human form again, and they embraced and kissed each other and went joyfully home. Interesting, very interesting. Fascinating. This is a weird. These are weird. All these stories are weird. They all always have such abrupt endings. Like they get to the solution and then they just sprinkle a little comeuppance and then it's done. I don't understand. The next one is Little Red Cap. Is this the origin of Little Red Riding Hood? I think so. Yeah, Little Red Cap, I think, is Little Red Riding Hood. Interesting. Once upon a time, there was a dear little girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but most of all by her grandmother. Yep, this is Red Riding Hood. And there was nothing that she would not have given to the child. Once she gave her a little cap of red velvet, which suited her so well that she would never wear anything else. So she was always called Little Red Cap. One day her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Cap, here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is ill and weak, and they will do her good. Set out before it gets hot, and when you are going, walk nicely and quietly, and do not run off the path, or you may fall and break the bottle, and then your grandmother will get nothing. And when you go into her room, don't forget to say, 'Good morning,' and don't peep into every corner before you do it." Okay. "I will take great care," said Little Red Cap to her mother, and gave her hand on it. The grandmother lived out in the wood, half a league from the village, and just as Little Red Cap entered the wood, a wolf met her. Bum bum bum. Redcap did not know what a wicked creature he was, and was not at all afraid of him. "Good day, Little Red Cap," said he. "Thank you kindly, Wolf." "Whither away so early, Little Red Cap?" "To my grandmother's." "What have you got in your apron?" "Cake and wine. Yesterday was baking day, so poor sick grandmother is to have something good to make her stronger." "Where does your grandmother live, Little Red Cap?" "A good quarter of a league farther on in the wood. Her house stands under the tree with large oak under the tree large oak tree on three tree. Damn it. Under the three large oak trees. The nut trees are just below." "You surely must know it," replied Little Red Cap. The wolf thought to himself, "What a tender young creature! What a nice plump mouthful! She will be better to eat than the old woman. I must act craftily, so as to catch both." So he walked for a short time by the side of Little Red Cap, and then he said, "See, Little Red Cap, how pretty the flowers are about here. Why do you not look around? I believe, too, that you do not hear how sweetly the little birds are singing. You walk gravely along as if you were going to school. Why, while everything else out here in the wood is merry." Little Red Cap raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and there through the trees, and pretty flowers growing everywhere, she thought, "Suppose I take grandmother a fresh bouquet. That would please her too. It is so early in the day that I shall get there in good time." I think potpourri, maybe, or a bouquet. I don't know. So she ran from the path into the wood to look for flowers, and whenever she had picked one, she fancied that she saw a still prettier one farther on, and ran after it, and so got deeper and deeper into the wood. Meanwhile the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked on the door. Who is there? Little Red Cap, replied the wolf. She is bringing cake and wine. Open the door. Lift the latch, called out the grandmother. I am too weak. I cannot get up. The wolf lifted the latch. The door flew open, and without saying a word, he went straight to the grandmother's bed and devoured her. Then he put on her clothes, dressed himself in her cap, laid himself in bed, and drew the curtains. Little Red Cap, however, had been running about picking flowers, and when she had gathered so many that she could carry no more, she remembered her grandmother and set out on the way to her. She was surprised to find the cottage door standing open, and when she went into the room, she had such a strange feeling that she said to herself, "Oh dear, how uneasy I feel today. And at other times I like being with grandmother so much." She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer. So she went to the bed and drew back the curtains. There lay her grandmother, with her cap pulled far over her face, and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother," she said, "what big ears you have!" "The better to hear you with, my child," was the reply. "But, grandmother, what big eyes you have!" she said. "The better to see you with, my dear." "But, grandmother, what large hands you have!" "The better to hug you with." "Oh, but, grandmother, what a terrible big mouth you have!" "The better to eat you with." And scarcely had the wolf said this, than with one bound he was out of the bed and swallowed up Redcap. Yum yum, snack. When the wolf had appeased his appetite, he lay down again in the bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loud. The huntsman was just passing the house, and thought to himself, "How the old woman is snoring. I must see if she wants anything. He's like, that bitch is snoring loud. Maybe I should go check on her." So so he went into the room, and when he came to the bed, he saw that the wolf was lying in it. "Do I find thee here, thou old sinner?" said he. "I have long sought thee." And just as he was going to fire at him, it occurred to him that the wolf might have devoured the grandmother, and that she might still be saved. So he did not fire, but took a pair of scissors, and began to cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. When he had made 2 snips, he saw little Redcap shining. Ew. And then he made 2 snips more, and the little girl sprang out crying, "Ah, how frightened I have been! How dark it was inside the wolf!" And after that, the aged grandmother came out alive also, but scarcely able to breathe. Redcap, however, fetched great stones, with which they had filled the wolf's belly. And when he awoke, he wanted to run away, but the stones were so heavy that he fell down at once and fell dead. Weird. Then all 3 were delighted. The huntsman drew off the wolf's skin and went home with it. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine which Redcap had brought, and revived. But Redcap thought to herself, "As long as I live, I will never by myself leave the path to run into the wood when my mother has forbidden me to do so." It is also related that once when Redcap was again taking cakes to the old grandmother, another wolf spoke to her and tried to entice her from the path. Redcap, however, was on her guard, and went straight forward on her way, and told her grandmother that she had met the wolf, and that he had said good morning to her, but with such a wicked look in his eyes that if they had not been on the public road, she was certain he would have eaten her up. "Hello, Raven. Hello, K-Pup." "Well," said the grandmother, "we will shut the door, that he may not come in." Soon afterwards the wolf knocked and cried, "Open the door, grandmother. I am little Redcap, and am fetching you some cakes." but they did not speak or open the door, so the gray beard stole twice or thrice around the house, and at last jumped on the roof, intending to wait until Redcap went home in the evening. Thank you for the head pats. And then to steal after her and devour her in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what was in his thoughts. In front of the house was a great stone trough. So she said to the child, "Take the pail, Redcap. I made some sausages yesterday, so carry the water in which I boiled them to the trough." Redcap carried until the great trough was quite full. Then the smell of the sausages reached the wolf, and he sniffed and peeped down, and at last stretched out his neck so far that he could no longer keep his footing and began to slip, and slipped down from the roof straight into the great trough, and was drowned. But Redcap went joyously home, and never did anything to harm anyone. That's hilarious. I like the second wolf is really funny. Aw, thank you. Ooh. It's my ASMR stream, so not a lot of no, I think I messed up actually too. I'll fix it. No, I got it. We're good. Everything's good. 1 second. I'll just very quickly. There we go. Should be working better now. There we go. I mean, it's still it looked more like a starburst from me instead of smacking me. The next story is the Bremen Town Musicians. Yeah, it's book day. I read. I read book. We read book together. I drink tea. Ugh. Nose itch. I wonder. Oh, thank you for the care package. Oof. Ah. Mm. Mm. All right, the Bremen Town Musicians. A certain man had a donkey, which had carried the cotton sacks to the mill indefatigably for many a long year, but his strength was going, and he was growing more and more unfit for work. Then his master began to consider how he might best save his keep. The donkey, seeing that no good wind was blowing, ran away and set out on the road to Bremen. There, he thought, I can surely be town musician. When he had walked some distance, he found a hound laying on the road, gasping like one who had run till he was tired. "What are you gasping for, you big fellow?" asked the donkey. "Ah," replied the hound, "as I am old, and daily grow weaker, and no longer can hunt, my master wanted to kill me. So I took to flight, but now how am I to earn my bread?" Oh my god. Thank you so much for the bits. Oh my goodness, a hype train. We're almost at a hype train. Can we get a hype train? Thank you for the cheers, though. I tell you what, said the donkey. I'm going to Bremen. I know, this is the wrong stream for a hype train. I can't, I... It's very funny. It's very funny to me. But whatever, we're fine. Everything's fine. I tell you what, said the donkey, I'm going to Bremen, and shall be town musician there. Hey, thank you. Just wanted to pelt me in the face with things. Silly. Yeah, you got the fancy one. You got the fancy one because it was a decent number of biddies up in there. Anyway, sorry. Going to Bremen and shall be town musician there. Go with me and engage yourself. Also, as a musician, I will play the lute, and you shall beat the kettle drum. The hound agreed, and on they went. Before long, they came to a cat, sitting on the path, with a face like 3 rainy days. But I like rainy days. Now then, old shaver, what has gone askew with you? Asked the donkey. Who can be merry when his neck is in danger? Asked the cat. Because I am now getting old and my teeth are worn to stumps, and I prefer to sit by the fire and spin, rather than hunt after mouse, or hunt after mice. My mistress wanted to drown me, Jesus, so I ran away. Fuck. Probably the worst way to put down an animal that you don't want to have anymore. Jesus, fuck. Also, gonna go though, much love. Okay. Oh, no worries. Have a good time. Also, don't put down animals that you just don't want anymore. Just give them to someone else, dude. Anyway, now, but now good advice is scarce. Where am I to go? Go with us to Bremen. You understand night music. You can be a town musician. Joke's on you. I don't think it played because it's an ASMR stream. Yeah, you think that I don't know how to prevent shit like that fight? You think I'm a dingus? You're testing my gangster. I don't even. We both know you're a dingus. Yeah, that's fair. I am a dingus. I'm a big dingus. I'm a big silly dingus. Anyway, sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm being quiet. I also have a I also have a gentle fireplace crackle in the background too. I don't know if anyone can even hear it, but it's very quiet. I might turn it up just for people to actually hear it. Cause cozy vibes, fireplace, you know? Oh yeah. The cat thought well of it, and went with them. After this the 3 fugitives came to a farmyard, where the rooster was sitting upon the gate, crowing with all his might. Your crow goes through and through one, said the donkey. What is the matter? Good morning. I hope you're having a lovely day too, Johnny the Bouncer. Bah. I have been foretelling fine weather because it is the day on which Our Lady washes the child's little shirts and wants to dry them. said the rooster, but guests are coming for Sunday. So the housewife has no pity and has told the cook that she intends to eat me in the soup tomorrow. And this evening I am to have my head cut off. Now I am crowing at full pitch while I can. Poor rooster. But Redcomb. Wow, that's a weird way to. Okay, but what are you gonna call a donkey gray fur next? You had better come away with us. We are going to Bremen. You can find something better than death everywhere. You have a good voice, and if we make music together, it must have some quality. Oh, I'm sorry. Noise canceling headphones. No, kidding. I don't even know if that would work. The rooster agreed to this plan, and all four went on together. They could not, however, reach the city of Bremen in one day, and in the evening they came to a forest, where they meant to pass the night. The donkey and the hound laid themselves down under a large tree. The cat and the rooster settled themselves in the branches, but the rooster flew right to the top, where he was most safe. Before he went to sleep, he looked round on all four sides, and thought he saw in the distance a little spark burning. So he called out to his companions that there must be a house not far off, for he saw a light. The donkey said, "If so, we had better get up and go on, for the shelter here is bad." The hound thought that a few bones with some meat on would do him good too. Sorry. Also, they're kind of just assuming that these people are going to be generous. These guys could be crazy. Yeah, we just have horny grass outside. So they made their way to the place where the light was, and soon saw it shine brighter and grow larger, until they came to a well-lighted robber's house. That's not good. Does it have a sign that says robber's house? Robber's residence? Thank you so much, Bony Shark, for the follow, by the way. I don't have my alerts on because, but, thank you. The donkey, as the biggest, went to the window and looked in. "What do you see, my gray horse?" asked the rooster. Wow. You're covered in. Ugh, gross. "I'd probably die," asked the rooster. "What do you see?" "What do I see?" answered the donkey. "A table covered with good things to eat and drink, and robbers sitting at it enjoying themselves." How are they all wearing, are they wearing the black and white striped fucking shirts and the fucking masks? Like, what? How do they know they're robbers? Anyway, that would be the sort of thing for us, asked the rooster. Said the rooster. Yes, yes, how I wish we were there, said the donkey. Then, on, yes, yes, how I wish we were there, said the donkey. Then the animals took counsel together how they should manage to drive away the robbers, and at last they thought of a plan. The donkey was to place himself with his 4 feet upon the window ledge. The hound was to jump on the donkey's back. The cat was to climb upon the dog. And lastly, the rooster was to fly up and perch upon the head of the cat. When this was done, at a given signal, they began to perform their music together. The donkey brayed, the hound barked, the cat mewed, and the rooster crowed. Then they burst through the window into the room, so that the glass clattered. What second? I'm so sorry. I have taken allergy medicine. I took it mere hours ago. Ah, okay. At this horrible din, the robbers sprang up, thinking no otherwise than that a ghost had come in and fled in a great fright out into the forest. The four companions now sat down at the table, well content with what was left, and ate as if they were going to fast for a month. It never leaves. It's the summertime. Like pollen stays for months. Like from spring through summer, it doesn't go away. It's not like a one day illness. It's like I'm suffering for months. And I might need to just switch to a new allergy medicine because sometimes they kind of get less effective the longer you use them, which sucks. Anyway, the four companions had come in and no, the four companions now sat down at the table, well content with what was left, and ate as if they were going to fast for a month. I mean, you probably don't have as severe allergies as Fleshbody does. That like allergies happen to in degrees, basically. As soon as the four minstrels had done, they put out the light, and each sought for himself a sleeping place according to his nature and to what suited him. The donkey laid himself upon some straw in the yard, the hound behind the door, the cat upon the hearth near the warm ashes, and the rooster perched himself upon a beam of the roof, and being tired from their long walk, they soon went to sleep. When it was past midnight, and the robbers saw from afar that the light was no longer burning in their house, and all appeared quiet, the captain said we ought not to have let ourselves be frightened out of our wits, and ordered one of them to go and examine the house. The messenger, finding all still, went into the kitchen to light a candle, and, taking the glistening fiery eyes of the cat for live coals, he held a lucifer match to them to light it. But the cat did not understand the joke, and flew in his face, spitting and scratching. He was dreadfully frightened, and ran back to the door, but the dog, who lay there, sprang up and bit his leg, and as he ran across the yard by the straw heap, the donkey gave him a smart kick with its hind foot. The rooster, too, who had been awakened by the noise, and had become lively, cried down from the beam, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" Then the robber ran back as fast as he could to his captain, and said, "Ah, there's a horrible witch sitting in the house, who spat on me and scratched my face with her long claws, and by the door stands a man with a knife, who stabbed me in the leg. And in the yard there lies a black monster, who beat me with a wooden club. And above upon the roof sits the judge, who called out, 'Bring the rogue here to me.' So I got away as well as I could." After this the robbers did not trust themselves in the house again, but it suited the four musicians of Bremen, who, well, so well, that they did not care to leave it any more. And the mouth of him who last told this story is still warm. That's funny. Like, like they're like, we were gonna be musicians, but then we found a really nice house and we just kind of took it. It's just our house now. It's just our house now. It is our house. That was a silly one. I like how it's titled The Musicians of Bremen, but they absolutely gave up on being the Musicians of Bremen. We're about to be in an ad break, so everyone chill out and enjoy watching the old clips from me. And we'll be back shortly. I promise. I promise. I hope you're all having fun and getting nice and cozy and relaxing.
Yes, I got her. Holy shit. Oh, I got her. Ah, ha, 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 fuck you. Yes, I got her. Oh, yes, 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 I got her. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck this bitch. I hate her so much. Whew. No, you have no idea. I was fighting her for like 2, maybe 3 hours last night. With everything. Okay, we finally got it. We're finally doing it. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Fucked it up. No. Do it. Get the fucking coin, Sonic. You little shit. You fuck. Well, it was actually very sadly difficult to find, you know?
You looked for it?
I love the fury. I love the rage. Oh, fun. That's wonderful. I love. My life does sort of start to revolve around that person. Oh my god, I'm getting called out. I change my hairstyle, clothing, lifestyle, and even how I season my cooking to suit his tastes. If it means I can make him happy, I'll do anything. So she's a service sub, is what I'm hearing right now. Her and Fleshbody have way too much in common. What the hell? I'm getting called out. Fuck! Run! Hell yeah! Kaden! Oh fuck! No, no, no. You absolute whore. That better fucking count. You fuck. Thank you. I got it. I had a half egg in it.
Good.
Well, I had 2 halves of an egg in it.
So an egg.
Yeah.
So you. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where the confusion is coming from.
I need to go put away my bulb.
And showed.
And we're back. Thank you so much for your patience. There we go. Also, thank you. Yeah, if you're ever bored, feel free to just scroll through my clips. I love so many of them. And I've personally been cultivating some on my own too. I usually aim for at least one clip per stream, so always be checking the clips. Always be checking the clips. Mm. The next one is the singing bone. This bone sings. In a certain country, there was once a great lamentation over a wild boar that laid waste the farmers' fields, killed the cattle, and ripped up people's bodies with his tusks. The king promised a large reward to anyone who would free the land from this plague, but the beast was so big and strong that no one dared to go near the forest in which it lived. At last the king gave notice that whoever should capture or kill the wild boar should have his only daughter to wife. And people just throwing their daughters around, huh? Anyway, now there lived in the country two brothers, sons of a poor man, who declared themselves willing to undertake the hazardous enterprise. The elder, who was crafty and shrewd out of pride, the younger, who was innocent and simple from a kind heart. Marry the princess, yeah. The king said, in order that you may be the more sure of finding the beast, you must go into the forest from opposite sides. So the elder went on the west side, and the younger on the east. When the younger had gone a short way, a little man stepped up to him. He held in his hand a black spear and said, I give you this spear because your heart is pure and good, and with this you can boldly attack with a wild boar, and it will do you no harm. Weird. He thanked the little man, shouldered the spear, and went on fearlessly. If it was me, I don't take people for money. I mean, yeah, but this is grim fairy tale land. This is grim fairy tale land. The happiest couple, the happiest throuple, got broken up because all of them died after one of them was like, I don't want to leave the house anymore. That was a very sad, funny story. Ba, ba, ba. He thanked the little man, shouldered the spear, and went on fearlessly. Before long he saw the beast, which rushed at him, but he held the spear towards it, and in its blind fury it ran so swiftly against it that its heart was cloven in twain. Then he took the monster on his back, and went homewards with it to the king. As he came out at the other side of the wood, there stood at the entrance a house where people were making merry with wine and dancing. His elder brother had gone in here, and, thinking that after all the boar would not run away from him, was going to drink until he felt brave. It's like, well, the boar's dead as fuck, so it's not gonna run away. Dingus. But when he saw his young brother coming out of the wood laden with his oh no, it was okay. So he's like, the boar's not gonna run away because the boar's scary and strong. He wasn't the young. I misread it. Oh, dingus. His envious evil heart gave him no peace. He called out to him, come in, dear brother, rest and refresh yourself with a cup of wine. You gonna poison him? The youth, who suspected no evil, went in and told him about the good little man who had given him the spear wherewith he had slain the boar. The elder brother kept him there until the evening, and then they went away together. And when in the darkness they came to a bridge over a brook, the elder brother let the other go first, and when he was halfway across it, he gave him such a blow from behind that he fell down dead. Thank you. I like that you can hear it. We like cozy book sounds here. So he just murdered his brother. What a bastard. Let's see. I'm still trying to decide if I should do the gentle voice or if I should whisper. I'm gonna put it up to a vote, probably. He buried him beneath the bridge, took the boar, and carried it to the king, pretending that he had killed it. whereupon he obtained the king's daughter in marriage. And when his younger brother did not come back, he said the boar must have killed him, and everyone believed it. But as nothing remains hidden from Sky Daddy. Yeah, exactly. That's why I figured this is a good. I like these streams. I also insert my own little like random thoughts and silly little jokes. Also, if you ever have a suggestion for a book to read, I am open to the suggestions. It just needs to be in public domain. That's the only rule. Or I need like written consent from the person that has the rights to it, basically. Anyway, but as nothing remains hidden from Sky Daddy. So this black deed also was to come to light. Years afterwards, a shepherd was driving his herd across the bridge and saw lying in the sand beneath a snow-white little bone. He thought that it would make a good mouthpiece, so he clambered down, picked it up, and cut out of it a mouthpiece for his horn. But when he blew through it for the first time, to his great astonishment, the bone began to sing of its own accord. Oh no. Public domain is like, I can look up. The state of belonging or being available to the public as a whole, and therefore not subject to copyright. Creative materials that are not protected by intellectual property laws, such as copyright, trademark, or patent laws. The public owns these works, not an individual author or artist. Anyone can use a public domain work without obtaining permission, but no one can ever own it. And certain things go into public domain after a certain amount of time. So, a thing enters into public domain 95 years after publication or 70 years after the death of the author. So, when was it published? Like, how many years ago was it published? And if the author is still, like, is the author still alive? That's the rule of thumb with public domain. Anyway, the bone began to sing of its own accord. Ah, friend, thou blowest upon my bone. Long have I lain beside the water, my brothers slew me for the boar, and took his wife, the king's young daughter. No, she's still alive, so no, it would not be in public domain. Unless it was, when was it published? It was published in 2019, so absolutely not. Like I said, either it has to be published 90 years ago, or the author has to have died over 70 years ago. That's it. What a wonderful horn, said the shepherd. It sings by itself. I must take it to my lord the king. And when he came with it to the king, the horn again began to sing its little song. The king understood it all, and caused the ground below the bridge to be dug up, and then the whole skeleton of the murdered man came to light. The wicked brother could not deny the deed, and was sewn up in a sack and drowned. but the bones of the murdered man were laid to rest in a beautiful tomb in the churchyard. Again, I'm telling you, these the stories the stories are always so abrupt in their ending. Oof. The next story is The Devil with the Three Golden Hairs. There was once a poor woman who gave birth to a little son, and as he came into the world with a caul on, it was predicted that in his 14th year he would have the king's daughter for his wife. It happened that soon afterwards the king came into the village, and no one knew that he was the king. And when he asked the people what news there was, they answered, "A child has just been born with a caul on." Whatever anyone so born undertakes turns out well. It is prophesied, too, that in his 14th year he will have the king's daughter for his wife. The king, who had a bad heart, and was angry about the prophecy, went to the parents and, seeming quite friendly, said, "You poor people, let me have your child, and I will care for it." Oh, God. At first they refused, but when the stranger offered them a large amount of gold for it, they thought, "It is a luck child, and everything must turn out well for it." They at last consented and gave him the child. That's not good. That's a bad idea. The king put it in a box and rode away with it until he came to a deep piece of paper. Then he threw the box into it and thought, "I have freed my daughter from her unlooked-for suitor." Oh boy. The box, however, did not sink, but floated like a boat, and not a drop of water made its way into it. And it floated to within 2 miles of the king's chief city, where there was a mill, and it came to stand still at the mill dam. A miller's boy, who by good luck was standing there, noticed it and pulled it out with a hook, thinking that he had found a great treasure. But when he opened it, there lay a pretty boy inside, quite fresh and lively. He took him to the miller and his wife, and as they had no children, they were glad, and said, "Sky Daddy has given him to us." They took great care of the foundling. That's a good name for that. And he grew up in all goodness. It happened that once in a storm the king went into the mill, and he asked the mill folk if the tall youth was their son. "No," answered they, "he's a foundling. 14 years ago he floated down to the mill dam in a box, and the mill boy pulled him out of the water." Oh boy. Then the king knew that it was none other than the luck child, which he had thrown into the water, and he said, "My good people, could not the youth take a letter to the queen? I will give him 2 gold pieces as a reward." "Uh-oh." "Just as the king demands," answered they, and they told the boy to hold himself in readiness. Then the king wrote a letter to the queen, wherein he said, "As soon as the boy arrives with this letter, let him be killed and buried, and all must be done before I come home." What a bad king. Sorry. What a shit dude. He couldn't even be bothered to kill him himself. What the hell? Anyway, the boy set out with this letter, but he lost his way, and in the evening came to a large forest. In the darkness he saw a small light. He went towards it and reached a cottage. When he went in, an old woman was sitting by the fire quite alone. She started when she saw the boy and said, "Whence do you come, and whither are you going?" "I come from the mill," he answered. and wish to go to the queen, to whom I am taking a letter. But as I have lost my way in the forest, I should like to stay here overnight." "You poor boy," said the woman. "You have come into a den of thieves, and when they come home they will kill you." "Let them come," said the boy. "I am not afraid, but I am so tired that I cannot go any further." Damn, he has confidence. A lot of it. A lot of confidence. And he stretched himself upon a bench and fell asleep. Soon afterwards the robbers came, and angrily asked what strange boy was lying there. "Ah," said the old woman, "it is an innocent child who has lost himself in the forest, and out of pity I have let him come in. He has to take a letter to the queen." The robbers opened the letter and read it, and it was written that the boy was, as soon as he arrived, should be put to death. Then the hard-hearted robbers felt pity, and their leader tore up the letter and wrote another, saying that as soon as the boy came, he should be married at once to the king's daughter. And then they let him lie quietly on the bench until the next morning, and when he awoke, they gave him the letter and showed him the right way. Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the queen, when she had received the letter and read it, did as was written in it, and had a splendid wedding feast prepared, and the king's daughter was married to the Luck Child. And as the youth was handsome and agreeable, she lived with him in joy and contentment. After some time the king returned to his palace and saw that the prophecy was fulfilled, and the Luck Child married to his daughter. "How has that come to pass?" said he. "I gave quite another order in my letter." So the queen gave him the letter, and said that he might see for himself what was written in it. The king read the letter, and saw quite well that it had been exchanged for the other. He asked the youth what had become of the letter entrusted to him, and why he had brought another instead of it. "I know nothing about it," answered he. "It must have been changed in the night, when I slept in the forest." The king said in passion, "You shall not have everything quite so much your own way. Whosoever marries my daughter must fetch me from hell 3 golden hairs from the head of the devil. Bring me what I want, and you shall keep my daughter." In this way the king hoped to be rid of him forever. But the Luck Child answered, "I will fetch the golden hairs. I am not afraid of the devil." Wahaha! Thereupon he took leave of them and began his journey. The road led him to a large town, where the watchman by the gates asked him what his trade was, and what he knew. "I know everything," answered the Luck Child. "When you can do us a favor," said the watchman. Then you can do us a favor. "Then you can do us a favor," said the watchman, "if you will tell us why our market fountain, which once flowed with wine, has become dry, and no longer gives even water." "That you shall know," answered he. "Only wait until I come back." Aw, cozy. Then he went farther, and came to another town, and there also the gatekeeper asked him what was his trade, and what he knew. "I know everything," answered he. "Then you can do us a favor and tell us why a tree in our town, which once bore golden apples, now does not even put forth leaves." "You shall know that," answered he. "Only wait until I come back." Then he came to a wide river over which he must go. The ferryman asked him what his trade was, and what he knew. "Yeah." "I know everything," answered he. "Then you can do me a favor," said the ferryman, "and tell me why I must always be rowing backwards and forwards, and am never set free." "You shall know that," answered he. "Only wait until I come back." When he had crossed the water, he found the entrance to hell. It was black and sooty within, and the devil was not at home, but his grandmother was sitting in a large armchair. Devil's grandma. Devil's grandma. What do you want? Said she to him, but she did not look so very wicked. I should like to have 3 golden hairs from the devil's head, answered he, else I cannot keep my wife. That is a good deal to ask for, said she. If the devil comes home and finds you, it will cost you your life. But as I pity you, I will see if I cannot help you. No, not all chairs have arms. You ever see a bar stool? That's a chair. You ever see like a piano chair? That don't have arms. A bench? Some benches don't have arms. Lots of chairs don't have arms. I know it's silly. Ba ba ba. She changed him into an ant and said, "Creep into the folds of my dress. You will be safe there." "Yes," answered he. "So far so good, but there are 3 things besides that I want to know. Why a fountain which once flowed with wine has become dry, and no longer gives even water. Why a tree which once bore golden apples does not even put forth leaves, and why a ferryman must always be going backwards and forwards and is never free." "Those are difficult questions," answered she, "but only be silent and quiet and pay attention to what the devil says when I pull out the 3 golden hairs." Oh, so he's gonna get the answers with the hairs? I'm guessing. No sooner had he entered than he noticed that the air was not pure. "I smell man's flesh," said he. "All is not right here." Then he pried into every corner and searched, but could not find anything. His grandmother scolded him. "It has just been swept," said she, "and everything put in order, and now you are upsetting it again. You have always got man's flesh in your nose. Sit down and eat your supper." I like the devil's grandma. When he had eaten and drunk as he was tired, and laid his head in his grandmother's lap, and before long he was fast asleep, snoring and breathing heavily. Then the old woman took hold of a golden hair, pulled it out, and laid it down near her. "Oh," cried the devil, "what are you doing?" "I have had a bad dream," answered the grandmother, "so I seized hold of your hair." "What did you dream? What did you dream, then?" said the devil. "I dreamed that a fountain in a marketplace from which wine once flowed was dried up, and not even water would flow out of it. What is the cause of it?" "Oh ho! If they did but know it," answered the devil. "There is a toad sitting under a stone in the well. If they killed it, the wine would flow again. So is this just him admitting to his own shenanigans? I feel like he's just admitting to his own shenanigans." He went to sleep again and snored until the windows shook. Then she pulled the 2nd hair out. "What are you doing?" cried the devil angrily. "Do not take it ill," said she. "I did it in a dream." "What have you dreamt this time?" asked he. "I dreamt that a certain kingdom there stood an apple tree, which had once borne golden apples, but now would not even bear leaves. What think you was the reason?" "Oh, if they did but know," answered the devil. "A mouse is gnawing at the root. If they killed this, they would have golden apples again. But if it gnaws much longer, the tree will wither altogether. But leave me alone with your dreams. If you disturb me in my sleep again, you will get a box on the ear." "Ow." The grandmother spoke gently to him until he fell asleep again and snored. Then she took hold of the 3rd golden hair and pulled it out. The devil jumped up, roared out, and would have treated her ill if she had not quieted him once more and said, "Who can help bad dreams?" "What was the dream, then?" asked he, and was quite curious. "I dreamt of a ferryman who complained that he must always ferry from one side to the other, and was never released. What is the cause of it? The fool, answered the devil. When anyone comes and wants to go across, he must put the oar in his hand, and the other man will have to ferry, and he will be free. That's what that's funny. As the grandmother had plucked out the 3 golden hairs, and the 3 questions were answered, she let the old serpent alone, and he slept until daybreak. When the devil had gone out again, the old woman took the ant out of the folds of her dress, and gave the luck child his human shape again. "There are the 3 golden hairs for you," said she. "What the devil said to your 3 questions, I suppose you heard?" "Yes," answered he, "I heard, and I will take care to remember." "You have what you want," said she, "and now you can go your way." He thanked the old woman for helping him in his need, and left hell well content that everything had turned out so fortunately. When he came to the ferryman, he was expected to give the promised answer. "Ferry me across first," said the luck child. You know what? Yeah, that's smart. That's a smart move. You don't want to ferry yourself across when you give him the answer. "And then I will tell you how you can be set free." And when he reached the opposite shore, he gave him the devil's advice. "Next time anyone comes who wants to be ferried over, just put the oar in his hand." He went on and came to the town wherein stood the unfruitful tree, and there too the watchman wanted an answer. So he told him what he had heard from the devil. "Kill the mouse which is gnawing at its root, and it will again bear golden apples." Then the watchman thanked him and gave him as a reward 2 asses laden with gold, which followed him. So yeah, 2 donkeys. At last he came to the town whose well was dry. He told the watchman what the devil had said. "A toad is in the well beneath a stone. You must find it and kill it, and the well will again give wine in plenty." The watchman thanked him and also gave him 2 asses laden with gold. At last the luck child got home to his wife, who was heartily glad to see him again. Heartily, not hardly. Heart-illy. And to hear how well he had prospered in everything. To the king he took what he had asked for, the devil's 3 golden hairs, and when the king saw the 4 asses laden with gold, he was quite content, and said, "Now all the conditions are fulfilled, and you can keep my daughter. But tell me, dear son-in-law, where did all that gold come from? This is tremendous wealth." "I was rowed across the river," answered he, "and got it there. It lies on the shore instead of sand." What a bitch. "Can I too fetch some of it?" said the king, and he was quite eager about it. "As much as you like," answered he. "There's a ferryman on the river. Let him ferry you over, and you can fill your sacks on the other side." The greedy king set out in all haste, and when he came to the river, he beckoned to the ferryman to put him across. The ferryman came and bade him get in, and when they got to the other shore, he put the oar in his hand and sprang out. But from this time forth the king had to ferry as a punishment for his sins. Perhaps he is ferrying still. If he is, it is because no one has taken the oar from him. That's like a cursed oar. It's like the ferryman's curse. That's kind of cool. The Louse and the Flea is the next story. A louse and a flea kept house together and were brewing beer in an eggshell. Then the little louse fell in and burnt herself. On this the little flea began to scream loudly. Then said the little room door, "Little flea, why art thou screaming?" "Because the louse has burnt herself." Then the little door began to creak. On this a little broom in the corner said, "Why art thou creaking, little door?" "Have I not reason to creak? The little louse burnt herself, and the little flea is weeping. Oh no, oh no, oh no." So the little broom began to sweep frantically. Then a little cart passed by and said, "Why art thou sweeping, little broom?" "Have I not a reason to sweep? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the little door is creaking." So the little cart said, "Then I will run," and began to run wildly. Then said the ash heap by which it ran, "Why art thou running so, little cart?" "Have I not reason to run? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the little door is creaking, the little broom is sweeping." The ash heap said, "Then I will burn furiously," and began to burn in clear flames. A little tree stood near the ash heap and said, "Ash heap, why art thou burning?" "Have I not a reason to burn? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the little door is creaking, the little broom is sweeping, the little cart is running." The little tree said, "Then I will shake myself," and began to shake herself so that all her leaves fell off. A girl who came up with her water pitcher saw that, and said, "Little tree, why art thou shaking thyself?" "Have I not reason to shake myself? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the little door is creaking, the little broom is sweeping, the little cart is running, the little ash heap is burning." On this the girl said, "Then I will break my little water pitcher." Damn. And she broke her little water pitcher. Then said the little spring from which ran the water, "Girl, why art thou breaking thy water pitcher?" "Have I not reason to break my water pitcher? The little louse has burnt herself, the little flea is weeping, the little door is creaking, the little broom is sweeping, the little cart is running, the little ash heap is burning, the little tree is shaking itself." "Oh ho," said the spring, "then I will begin to flow," and began to flow violently. And in the water everything was drowned, the girl, the little tree, the little ash heap, the little cart, the broom, the little door, the little flea, the little louse, all together. Jesus. Someone hit the big red button. The next story is The Girl Without Hands. Wild story title. A certain miller had, little by little, fallen into poverty, and had nothing left but his mill and a large apple tree behind it. Once, when he had gone into the forest to fetch wood, an old man stepped up to him, whom he had never seen before, and said, "Why dost thou plague thyself with cutting wood? I will make thee rich if thou wilt promise me what is standing behind thy mill." "What can that be but my apple tree?" thought the miller, and said, "Yes," and gave a written promise to the stranger. He, however, laughed mockingly and said, "When 3 years have passed, I will come and carry away what belongs to me." Uh-oh. And then he went. When the miller got home, his wife came to meet him and said, "Tell me, miller, from whence comes this sudden wealth into our house?" All at once every box and chest was filled. No one brought it in, and I know not how it happened. He answered, "It comes from a stranger who met me in the forest, and promised me great treasure. I in return have promised him what stands behind the mill, We can very well give him the big apple tree for it." "Ah, husband," said the terrible wife, "that must have been the devil. He did not mean the apple tree, but our daughter, who was standing behind the mill sweeping the yard." Uh-oh. The miller's daughter was a beautiful, pious girl, and lived through the 3 years in fear of in just being a good person. Whatever. I'm not reading that. When therefore the time was over, and the day came when the evil one was to fetch her, she washed herself clean and made a circle round herself with chalk. The devil appeared quite early, but he could not come near her. Angrily he said to the miller, "Take all the water away from her, that she may no longer be able to wash herself, for otherwise I have no power over her." That's a strange one. The miller was afraid, and did so. The next morning the devil came again, but she had wept on her hands, and they were quite clean. Again he could not get near her, and furiously said to the miller, "Cut her hands off, or else I cannot get the better of her." The miller was shocked, and answered, "How could I cut off my own child's hands?" Then the evil one threatened him, and said, "If thou dost not do it, thou art mine, and I will take thee myself. I will take thee thyself." So he's like, "If you don't give me your daughter, take you." The father became alarmed, and promised to obey him. So he went to the girl, and said, "My child, if I do not cut off both thine hands, the devil will carry me away, and in my terror I have promised to do it. Help me in my need, and forgive me the harm I do thee." She replied, "Father, do with me what you will. I am your child." Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's real fucked up. I don't like that. Thereupon she laid down both her hands and let them be cut off. The devil came for the third time, but she had wept so long and so much on the stumps that after all they were quite clean. Then he had to give in, and had lost all right over her. The miller said to her, "I have by means of these received such great wealth that I will keep thee most delicately as long as thou livest." But she replied, "Here I cannot stay. I will go forth. Compassionate people will give me as much as I require." I would not rely on that, sweetie. Anyway, thereupon she caused her maimed arms to be bound to her back, and by sunrise she set out on her way, and walked the whole day until night fell. Then she came to a royal garden, and by the shimmering of the moon she saw that trees covered with beautiful fruits grew in it, but she could not enter, for there was much water round about it. A moat to keep you out? um, and as she had walked the whole day and not eaten one mouthful, and hunger tormented her, she thought, "Ah, if I were but inside, that I might eat of the fruit, else I might die of hunger." Then uh, she knelt down and prayed, and suddenly an angel came towards her, who made a dam in the water, so that the moat became dry, and she could walk through it. And now she went into the garden, and the angel went with her. She saw a tree covered with beautiful pears, but they were all counted. What? Counted? Then she went to them, and, to still her hunger, ate one with her mouth from the tree, but no more. The gardener was watching. Um, one second. Gardner was watching, but as the angel was standing by, he was afraid, and thought the maiden was a spirit, and was silent, neither did he dare to cry out or to speak to the spirit. When she had eaten the pear, she was satisfied, and went to and concealed herself among the bushes. The king, to whom the garden belonged, came down to it the next morning, and counted, and saw that one of the pears was missing, and asked the gardener what had become of it, as it was not lying beneath the tree, but was gone. Then answered the gardener, "Last night a spirit came in, who had no hands, and ate off one of the pears with its mouth." The king said, "How did the spirit get over the water, and where did it go after it had eaten the pear?" The gardener answered, "Someone came in a snow-white garment from heaven, who made a dam and kept back the water, that the spirit might walk through the moat. And as it must have been an angel, I was afraid, and asked no questions, and did not cry out. When the spirit had eaten the pear, it went back again. The king said, If it be as thou sayest, I will watch with thee tonight." Do you think she's gonna still be there? She's not, like, moving forward? Whatever. When it grew dark, the king came into the garden, and brought a priest with him, who was to speak to the spirit. All three seated themselves beneath the tree and watched. At midnight the maiden came creeping out of the thicket, went to the tree, and again ate one pear off it with her mouth. And beside her stood the angel in white garments. Then the priest came out to them and said, "Comest thou from heaven or from earth? Art thou a spirit or a human being?" She replied, "I am no spirit, but an unhappy mortal, deserted by all but Sky Daddy." The king said, "If thou art forsaken by the world, yet will I not forsake thee." Okay. He took her with him into his royal palace, and as she was so beautiful and good, he loved her with all his heart, and had silver hands made for her, and took her to wife. After a year, the king had to take the field, so he commended his young queen to the care of his mother, and said, "If she is brought to bed, take care of her, nurse her well, and tell me of it at once, in a letter." Then she gave birth to a fine boy. It's a long fucking story. So the old mother made haste to write and announce the joyful news to him, but the messenger rested by a brook on the way, and as he was fatigued by the great distance, he fell asleep. Then came the devil, who was always seeking to injure the good queen, and exchanged the letter for another, in which was written that the queen had brought a monster into the world. When the king read the letter, he was shocked and much troubled, but he wrote in answer that they were to take great care of the queen, and nurse her well until his arrival. The messenger went back with the letter, but rested at the same place and fell asleep. Again, this messenger sucks ass. Then came the devil once more, and put a different letter in his pocket, in which it was written that they were to put the queen and her child to death. Jesus. The old mother was terribly shocked when she received the letter, and could not believe it. She wrote back again to the king, but received no other answer, because each time the devil substituted a false letter, and in the last letter it was also written that she was to preserve the queen's tongue and eyes as a token that she had obeyed. Jesus. Jesus. Jesus Christ. But the old mother wept to think such innocent blood was to be shed, and had a hind brought by night, and cut out her tongue and eyes, and kept them. Then she said to the queen, "I cannot have thee killed as the king commands, but here thou mayst stay no longer. Go forth into the wide world with thy child, and never come here again." That's sweet. Now, what a good mother-in-law. I hope that if there's ever some trickery afoot, and and she's told to kill me, I hope whatever future mother-in-law I have tells me, protects me like that. I don't know. I mean, that's probably never gonna happen, but whatever. It's fine. The poor woman tied her child to her back and went away, with eyes full of tears. She came into a great wild forest. Aw, thank you. She came into a great wild forest, and then she fell on her knees and prayed again, and the angel again appeared to her and led her to a little house on which was a sign with the words, "Here all dwell free." A snow-white maiden came out of the little house and said, um, "Welcome, Lady Queen," and conducted her inside. Then they unbound the little boy from her back, and held him to her breast that he might feed, and laid him in a beautifully made little bed. Then said the poor woman, "From whence knowest thou that I was queen?" The white maiden answered, "I am another angel, to watch. I was sent by Sky Daddy to watch over you and the child." The queen stayed 7 years in the little house, and was well cared for because of her piety. Her hands, which had been cut off, grew once more. Jesus. At last the king came home again from the war, and his first wish was to see his wife and the child. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Then his aged mother began to weep and said, "Thou wicked man, why didst thou write to me that I was to take those 2 innocent lives?" And she showed him the 2 letters which the evil one had forged, and then continued, "I did as thou badest me." And she showed the tokens, the tongue and eyes. Then the king began to weep for his poor wife and his little son, so much more bitterly than she was doing, that the aged mother had compassion on him and said, "Be at peace. She still lives. I secretly caused a hind to be killed, and took these tokens from it. But I bound the child to thy wife's back, and bade her go forth into the wide world, and made her promise never to come back here again, because thou wert so angry with her." Then spoke the king, "I will go as far as the sky is blue, and will neither eat nor drink until I have found again my dear wife and my child." Aw, this is really sweet. I'm gonna hydrate, okay? If in the meantime they have not been killed or died of hunger. Aw. Thereupon the king traveled for 7 long years. God damn it. This has been a long fucking time. And sought her in every cleft of the rocks and in every cave, but he found her not, and thought she had died of want. During the whole of this time he neither ate nor drank, but remained alive. At length he came into a great forest, and found therein the little house whose sign was, "Here all dwell free." Then forth came the white maiden, took him by the hand, and led him in, and said, "Welcome, Lord King," and asked him from whence he came. He answered, "Soon shall I have travelled for about the space of 7 years, and I seek my wife and her child, but cannot find them." The angel offered him meat and drink, but he did not take anything, and only wished to rest a little. Then he lay down to sleep, and put a handkerchief over his face. Thereupon the angel went into the chamber where the queen sat with her son, whom she usually called Sorrowful, and said to her, "Oh no, 5 minutes." "Thank you. Go out with my child, thy husband go out with thy child, thy husband hath come." So she went to the place where he lay, and the handkerchief fell from his face. Then said she, Sorrowful, "Pick up thy father's handkerchief." She named her child Sorrowful. What the fuck? Anyway. "And cover his face again." The child picked it up and put it over his face again. The king, in his sleep, heard what passed, and had pleasure in letting the handkerchief fall once more. But the child grew impatient and said, "Dear mother, how can I cover my father's face when I have no father in this world?" Oh no! Thou hast told me that my father was in heaven, and oh my god, this is stupid. I'm not reading the rest of this sentence. And how can I know a wild man like this? He is not my father. When the king heard that, he got up and asked who they were. Then said she, "I am thy wife, and that is thy son, Sorrowful." And he saw her living hands, and said, "My wife had silver hands." She answered, "They grew back." Yeah. Then the angel went into the inner room and brought the silver hands and showed them to him. Hereupon he knew for a certainty that it was his dear wife and his dear child. And he kissed them and was glad, and said, "A heavy stone has fallen off from mine heart." And the angel gave them one meal with her, and after that they went home to the king's aged mother. There were great rejoicings everywhere, and the king and queen were married again, and lived contentedly to their happy end. That's sweet. It's sweet. Yeah. Clever Hans? Oh, interesting. So I'm seeing. So this is Hans and Gretel. I, huh. It seems like this is like a continuation of Hansel and Gretel, but not really, maybe? I don't know. Did they just like the names? Did they? Okay, I'm not going to move forward until uh the ad goes. Maybe. I don't know. This is kind of a long story, huh? Damn, we have not gotten through a lot of this book, by the way. This book is so long. So long. Like, holy shit. Like, it's over 750 pages. This is gonna take forever for us to read through. Ugh. How's everyone liking this book reading so far? I think it's pretty fun. Yeah. Even if my nose itches. Even if my nose itches. Also, are you sure you followed me on Twitter? Oh, I think I found you. I think I see it. Alright, the ad's gonna start in about a minute or two. Technically two, I think. Ugh. Oh, but yeah, I hope y'all are having some fun. So far it's been pretty good for me. I don't know. Mm, mm. I'm enjoying nice, like, chill, cozy stream. Oh, that's cool. I hope you're enjoying it. You'll get a lot of bonus content from me on it, meaning you'll just get to see me doing retweets and stuff. But it looks fun. My ad's about to start, baby. Did you know that? Did you know the ad's about to start? Getting annoyed by people offering to make me an ad. Really? Usually they only do that with like the first, like if you have a lot of followers. I mean, just make it so people have to follow you to message you. That's what I do. If they don't follow me, they don't get to message me. That's crazy though, how many messages you're getting, cuz like haven't I haven't had that many. Like it's been a while since the last one. Huh, interesting. I've been saying the same. Oh, well, we'll be right back.
No, owie. Oh yeah, I can do that. I remember that. Wait a second. No, I'm pretty sure I have it set in. No, well, I just said it. Whoopsies, I'm dumb. Okay, don't mind me. You didn't see that. You didn't see that at all. Whoops. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. That's my bad. I thought, okay, so here's the thing about that. The thing about sounds totally reasonable. Is that my wife? Well, if it is, I just did bad things. Well, that went well. Boy, that hurts! Boy, that fucking hurts, I say as I drop to the fucking floor and just fucking die. Boy, that hurts. What a lovely moment. That guy is the best. Bunker.
Oh my god, there's so much fish! Fish in here than a whorehouse!
We're not gonna want for fish. Thank you so much, Kiradel. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just throwing fish at Fight. He just has a pile of fish. There's just a fucking pile of fish. Yeet!
There's more fish than I can fucking handle right now! It smells like 5 people on the fucking subway spread their legs at the same fucking time!
You need any more fish? Fuck, run! Hell yeah! Kaden! Oh fuck! No, no, no. You absolute whore. That better fucking count. You fuck. Thank you. I got it. Oh, but I won, I guess. My spiders got the last hit. I hate it.
Oh, you fucking kill stealing assholes.
My fucking spiders got the kill for me.
They fucking stream sniped for you.
I love it so much. Oh god, my model fucking broke. The jaw fell off. Yes. Okay, we finally got it. We're finally doing it. Whoa. Whoa.
Alright, I'm back. And also, thank you, Benji, for the follow. K-pop, just letting you know, they are probably at least 90% art bots. Like, genuinely, they are most likely just bots. Not real people. I can go over how you can identify what is an art bot and what's not. It's very easy to tell. It's very simple. I can go over it with you. Ugh. I can also share with you a silly little thing that I there's a silly little thing that I send to anyone who messages me inquiring about art. Anyway, it smells like fire around here. Hopefully there's no significant fire, or else my flesh body's lungs are gonna die. Here we go. Yeah. It just smells like smoke around where flesh body is, so who knows? Yeah, probably everything. Anyway, the mother of Hans said, "Whither away, Hans?" Hans answered, "To Gretel." "Behave well, Hans." "Oh, I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans comes to Gretel. "Good day, Gretel." "Good day, Hans." "What dost thou bring that is good?" "I bring nothing. I want to have something given me." Gretel presents Hans with a needle. Hans says, "Goodbye, Gretel." "Goodbye, Hans." This is a very strange organization for anyway. Hans takes the needle, sticks it into a hay cart, and follows the cart home. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans." "Where hast thou been?" "With Gretel." "What didst thou take her?" "Took nothing. Had something given me." "What did Gretel give thee?" "Gave me a needle." "Where is the needle, Hans?" "Stuck it in the hay cart." "That was ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have struck the needle in thy sleeve." "Oh, stuck the needle in thy sleeve." "Never mind, I'll do better next time." "Whither away, Hans?" "To Gretel, mother." "Behave well, Hans." "Oh, I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans comes to Gretel. "Good day, Gretel." "Good day, Hans." "What dost thou bring that is good?" I bring nothing. I want to have something given to me." Gretel presents Hans with a knife. "Goodbye, Gretel." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans takes the knife, sticks it in his sleeve, and goes home. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans." Where hast thou been?" "With Gretel." "What didst thou take?" "What did thou take her?" "Took nothing. She gave me something." "What did Gretel give thee?" "Gave me a knife." "Where's the knife, Hans?" "Stuck it in my sleeve." "That's ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have put the knife in thy pocket." "Never mind, we'll do better next time." "Whither away, Hans?" "To Gretel, mother." "Behave well, Hans." "Oh, I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans comes to Gretel. "Good day, Gretel." "Good day, Hans. What good thing dost thou bring?" "I bring nothing. I want something given me." Gretel presents Hans with a young goat. "Goodbye, Gretel." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans takes the goat, ties its legs, and puts it in his pocket. That's not gonna fit. When he gets home, it is suffocated. "Good evening, mother." "Good evening, Hans. Where hast thou been?" "With Gretel." "What didst thou take her?" "Took nothing. She gave me something." "What did Gretel give thee?" "She gave me a goat." "Where is the goat, Hans?" "Put it in my pocket." "That was ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have put a rope round the goat's neck." "Never mind, we'll do better next time." "Whither away, Hans?" "To Gretel, mother." "Behave well, Hans." "Oh, I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans comes to Gretel. "Good day, Gretel." "Good day, Hans." "What good thing dost thou bring?" I bring something. I bring nothing. I want something given me. Gretel presents Hans with a piece of bacon. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. Hans takes the bacon, ties it to a rope, and drags it away behind him. The dogs come and devour the bacon. Then he gets home. When he gets home, he has the rope in his hand, and there is no longer anything hanging to it. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where hast thou been? With Gretel. What didst thou take her? I took her nothing. She gave me something. What did Gretel give thee? Gave me a bit of bacon. Where's the bacon, Hans? I tied it to a rope. Brought it home. Dogs took it. That was ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have carried the bacon on thy head. Never mind, we'll do better next time. Whither away, Hans? To Gretel, mother. Behave well, Hans. I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, Hans. Hans comes to Gretel. Good day, Gretel. Good day, Hans. What thing dost thou bring? I bring nothing, but would have something given. Gretel presents Hans with a calf. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. The fuck is this story? This story. Hans takes the calf, puts it on his head, and the calf kicks his face. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where hast thou been? With Gretel. What didst thou take her? I took her nothing, but had something given me. What did Gretel give thee? A calf. Where hast thou the calf, Hans? I set it on my head, and it kicked my face. That was ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have led the calf, and put it in the stall. Never mind, we'll do better next time. This is exhausting. Whither away, Hans? To Gretel, mother. Behave well, Hans. I'll behave well. Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, Hans. Hans goes to Gretel. Good day, Gretel. Good day, Hans. What good thing dost thou bring? I bring nothing, but would I have something given. Gretel says to Hans, I will go with thee. Hans takes Gretel, ties her with a rope, leads her to the wreck, and binds her fast. Then Hans goes to his mother. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where hast thou been? With Gretel. What didst thou take her? I took nothing. What did Gretel give thee? She gave me nothing. She came with me. Where hast thou left Gretel? I led her by the rope, tied her to the wreck, and scattered some grass for her. That was ill done, Hans. Thou shouldst have cast friendly eyes on her. Never mind, we'll do better. Hans went into the stable, cut out all the calves and sheep's eyes, and threw them in Gretel's face. Then Gretel became angry, tore herself loose, and ran away, and became the bride of Hans. You fucking what? What? What was that? That whole thing was just a clusterfuck of what? I'm gonna highlight that. That was I don't even know what to say about that. That's gonna be a highlight that's way longer than. What the hell? What was that story? Why did Gretel become Hans's bride? She's his sister, and she was furious with him. I don't understand. I don't understand what happened. I'm very confused. What the fuck was that? Gretel is Hans's sister. Hans got frustrated because he's an idiot, tore out a whole bunch of animal eyes, threw them at her. Gretel ran away in anger, and then somehow ended up Hans's bride. I don't understand. I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. I'm so genuinely confused. Okay, whatever, it's fine. We're moving on. It's okay. At least I won't have to do the back and forth. I have so many questions. Okay, can anyone explain to me what the fuck all of that was? I would really appreciate just understanding what the fuck. I've never been so confused about a story. Like, not just the whole thing, and like, why? 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 Just every single piece of that story was nonsense. Like, literally. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to catch up. Well, I don't know. I don't know, but like I understand the core comedy of it, right? Like, oh, cast friendly eyes on her. Okay, I get the extra pun with it. Cause calves and sheep's eyes, they're friendly animals. And he took everything way too literally. Like I get the joke that it's like, oh, he's just taking everything literally. I didn't understand the last one. But like, why did his sister run angrily away from him and then become his wife? I don't know why it was called Clever Hans too, by the way. Anyway, maybe he was just trying to get them to stop correcting him on his actions. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Anyway, all I heard was hi and bye out of the entire thing. That's what I remember. Yeah, it was just him going back and forth between his mother and Gretel. Just going back and forth and back and forth. Okay, okay, I'm calm now. We're calm. Everything's fine. The three languages? Interesting. An aged count once lived in Switzerland who had who had an only son. Boop. But he was stupid and could learn nothing. Then said the father, "Hark thee, my son, I can get nothing into thy head. Let me try as I will. Thou must go from hence. I will give thee into the care of a celebrated master, who shall see what he can do with thee." The youth was sent into a strange town, and remained a whole year with the master. At the end of this time, he came home again, and his father said, "Now, my son, what hast thou learnt?" "Father, I have learnt what the dogs say when they bark." But he knows how to talk to dogs? That's crazy. "Lord have mercy on us," cried the father. "Is that all thou hast learned?" Bro, that is like the most impressive thing a person can learn. What the fuck are you talking about? "I will send thee into another town, to another master." The youth was taken thither, and stayed a year with his master likewise. When he came back, the father again asked, "My son, what hast thou learnt?" He answered, "Father, I have learnt what the birds say." Then the father fell into a rage and said, "O thou lost man, thou hast spent the previous time and learnt nothing. Art thou not ashamed to appear before mine eyes? I will send thee to a third master, but if thou learnst nothing this time also, I will no longer be thy father." Bitch. The youth remained a whole year with the third master also. And when he came home again, and his father inquired, "My son, what hast thou learned?" He answered, "Dear father, I have this year learnt what the frogs croak." Then the father fell into the most furious anger, sprang up, called his people thither, and said, "This man is no longer my son. I drive him forth, and command you to take him out into the forest and kill him." That fucking escalated. Okay. They took him forth, but when they should have killed him, they could not do it for pity, and let him go. And they cut the eyes and tongue out of a deer, that they might carry them to the old man as a token. I've learned 3 languages no one but animals speak. It's like, oh, well, gotta kill you now. The youth wandered on, and after some time came to a fortress where he begged for a night's lodging. Yes, said the lord of the castle, if thou wilt pass the night down there in the old tower, go thither. But I warn thee, it is at the peril of thy life, for it is full of wild dogs, which bark and howl without stopping, and at certain hours a man has to be given to them, whom they at once devour. The whole district it was in sorrow and dismay because of them, and yet no one could do anything to stop this. The youth, however, was without fear, and said, "Just let me go down to the barking dogs, and give me something that I can throw to them. They will do nothing to harm me." I mean, yeah, he can talk to fucking dogs. That's sick. As he himself would have it so, they gave him some food for the wild animals, and led him down to the tower. When he went inside, the dogs did not bark at him, but wagged their tails quite amicably around him, ate what he set before them, and did not hurt one hair of his head. Next morning, to the astonishment of everyone, he came out again safe and unharmed, and said to the lord of the castle, "The dogs have revealed to me, in their own language, why they dwell there, and bring evil to the land. They are bewitched, and are obliged to watch over a great treasure which is below the tower, and they can have no rest until it is taken away. And I have likewise learnt, from their discourse, how that is to be done." Then all who heard this rejoiced, and the lord of the castle said he would adopt him as a son if he accomplished it successfully. He went down again, and as he knew what he had to do, he did it thoroughly, and brought a chest full of gold out with him. The howling of the wild dogs was henceforth heard no more. They had disappeared, and the country was freed from the trouble. After some time, he took it into his head that he would travel to Rome. On the way he passed by a marsh, in which a number of frogs were sitting croaking. He listened to them, and when he became aware of what they were saying, he grew very thoughtful and sad. At last he arrived in Rome, where the Pope had just died, and there was great difficulty as to whom they should appoint as his successor. They at length agreed that the person should be chosen as Pope who should be distinguished by some divine and miraculous token. And just as that was decided on, the young count entered into the church, and suddenly 2 snow-white doves flew on his shoulders and remained sitting there. The ecclesiastics recognized therein the token from above, and asked him on the spot if he would be Pope. Okay, cool. Casual. Sorry. He was undecided, and knew not if he were worthy of this, but the doves counselled him to do it, and at length he said yes. Then was he anointed and consecrated, and thus was fulfilled what he had heard from the frogs on his way, which had so affected him that he was to be His Holiness the Pope. Then he had to sing a mass, and did not know one word of it, but the 2 doves sat continuously on his shoulders, and said it all in his ear. That's like one of those fucking mobile game ads, like level 1 thief, level 100 mafia boss, like level 1 count, level 100 the Pope. He just really just went on like a little journey of, I guess, self-improvement. Some of these stories are wild, gotta be honest. Oh no, I'm scared. This next one has clever in the title too. Oh no. Clever Elsie. Please don't, please don't be anything like Clever Hans, please. There was once a man who had a daughter who was called Clever Elsie. And when she had grown up, her father said, "We will get her married." "Yes," said the mother, "if only anyone would come who would have her." At length a man came from a distance and wooed her, who was called Hans. No, 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 no. We're not fucking doing this. He's already married to his sister. He's taken. Sorry. Anyway. I'm Hans. Please get out of here. I don't want. I'm so traumatized. I don't want him to be here. Can he go? I'm scared. I'm so scared. No. I don't want Hans to be here. Did Frozen take Hans? Okay. Anyway, it was called Hans. But I'm so scared. Thank you. But he stipulated that Clever Elsie should be really wise. Oh, he's one to fucking talk. Oh, said the father, "she's sharp enough." And the mother said, "Oh, she can see the wind coming up the street and hear the flies coughing. That sounds like hell." Well," said Hans, "if she is not really wise, I won't have her." Shut the fuck up, Hans. When they were sitting at dinner and had eaten, the mother said, "Elsie, go into the cellar and fetch some beer." Then Clever Elsie took the pitcher from the wall, went into the cellar, and tapped the lid briskly as she went, so that the time might not appear long. When she was below, she fetched herself a chair, and set it before the barrel, so that she had no need to stoop, but did not hurt her back or do herself any unexpected injury. Listen, I know, right? Then she placed the can before her, and turned the tap, and while the beer was running, she would not let her eyes be idle, but looked up at the wall, and after much peering here and there, saw a pickaxe exactly above her, which the masons had accidentally left there. Then Clever Elsie began to weep and said, "If I get Hans, and we have a child, and he grows big, and we send him into the cellar here to draw beer, then the pickaxe will fall on his head and kill him." What the fuck are you talking about, Elsie? Is she a future teller? Then she sat and wept and screamed with all the strength of her body over the misfortune which lay before her. I know, right? Where the fuck did she get that from? Elsie, are you okay? Like, are you okay? And anyway, okay, we're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Those upstairs waited for the drink, but Clever Elsie still did not come. Then the woman said to the servant, "Just go down into the cellar and see where Elsie is." The maid went and found her sitting in front of the barrel, screaming loudly. "Elsie, why are you crying?" Um, that's that was just me saying it. Anyway, "Elsie, why weepest thou?" asked the maid. "Ah," she answered, "have I not reason to weep? If I get Hans, and we have a child, and he grows big, and has to draw beer here, the pickaxe will perhaps fall on his head and kill." I think she just has anxiety. I don't think she's clever. I think she has an anxiety disorder. Then said the maid, "What a clever Elsie we have!" And sat down beside her and began loudly to weep over the misfortune. "Just move the fucking pickaxe. Move it. Fix the problem." And now she's pulled the maid into it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh my god, okay. After a while, as the maid did not come back, those upstairs were thirsty for the beer. The man said to the boy, just go down into the cellar and see where Elsie and the girl are. The boy went down, and there sat clever Elsie and the girl both weeping together. Then he asked, "Why are you weeping?" "Ah," said Elsie, "have I not reason to weep? If I get Hans, and we have a child, and he grows big, and has to draw beer here, the pickaxe will fall on his head and kill him." Again, she has an anxiety disorder. This is not. And everyone else is going along with this is not good. Then said the boy, "What a clever Elsie we have," and sat down by her, and likewise began to howl loudly. Everyone's just being pulled into this fucking anxiety vortex. Upstairs they waited for the boy, but as he still did not return, the man said to the woman, "Just go down into the cellar and see where Elsie is." The woman went down and found all three in the midst of their lamentations, and inquired what was the cause. Then Elsie told her also that her future child was to be killed by the pickaxe when it grew big and had to draw beer, and the pickaxe fell down. Then said the mother likewise, "What a clever Elsie we have." "Please stop," and sat down and wept with them. "Please stop." Stop, please. Okay. The man upstairs waited a short time, but as his wife did not come back, and his thirst grew ever greater, he said, "I must go into the cellar myself and see where Elsie is." But when he got into the cellar, and they were all together sitting crying, and he heard the reason, and that Elsie's child was the cause, and that Elsie might perhaps bring one into the world some day, and that it might be killed by the pickaxe if it should be if it should happen to be sitting beneath it drawing beer just at the very time when it fell down, he cried, "Oh, what a clever Elsie." Please stop. Everyone needs to stop. I'm kind of freaking out here. Stop. I don't know. I hate this. And sat down and likewise wept with them. The bridegroom stayed upstairs alone for a long time. Then, as no one would come back, he thought, "They must be waiting for me below. I too must go there and see what they're about." When he got down, five of them, 5 people, five intelligent human beings. 5 intelligent human beings were sitting, screaming and lamenting quite piteously, each outdoing the other. What misfortune has happened then? Hans, I know I talked shit earlier, but please pull this back together. Please. I need you to pull this back together. Like right now. Okay. What misfortune has happened then? A single pickaxe has brought 5 people to tears. Oh my fucking god. Okay, Hans, you gotta pull this. You gotta fix this. Okay, okay, okay. Hans, please save this. Okay. "Ah, dear Hans," said Elsie, "if we marry each other, and have a child, and he is big, and we perhaps send him here to draw something to drink, and then the pickaxe, which has been left up there, might dash his brains out if it were to fall down, so have we not reason to weep?" come," said Hans. "More understanding than that is not needed for my household. As thou art such a clever Elsie, I will have thee." He didn't bring it together. He's just as bad as all of them. You know what? All these people deserve each other. I'm mentally checked out. And he seized her hand, took her upstairs with him, and married her. After Hans had had her some time, he said, "Wife, I am going out to work and earn some money for us. Go into the field and cut the—" "Please, no, 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 don't, Elsie." However, these are. He's sending her out to. She's gonna do something again. I hate this. Okay. Okay. "Go out into the field and cut the corn, that we may have some bread." "Yes, dear Hans, I will do that." After Hans had gone away, she cooked herself some good broth, and took it into the field with her. I'm sorry, I'm dreading this. When she came to the field, she said to herself, "What shall I do? Shall I shear first, or shall I eat first? Oh, I will eat first." Then she emptied her basin of broth, and when she was fully satisfied, she once more said, "What shall I do? Shall I shear first, or shall I sleep first? I will sleep first." Then she lay down among the corn and fell asleep. Hans had been home for a long time, but Elsie did not come. Then said he, "What a clever Elsie I have! She is so industrious that she does not even come home to eat." As, however, she still stayed away, and it was evening, Hans went out to see what she had cut, but nothing was cut, and she was lying among the corn asleep. Then Hans hastened home, and brought a fowler's net with little bells, and hung it round about her, and she still went on sleeping. Then he ran home, shut the house door, and sat down in his chair and worked. At length, when it was quite dark, clever Elsie awoke, and when she got up there was a jingling all round about her, and the bells rang at each step which she took. Then she was alarmed, and became uncertain whether she really was clever Elsie or not, and said, "Is it I, or is it not I?" But she knew not what answer to make to this, and stood for a time in doubt. At length she thought, "I will go home and ask if it be I, or if it not I. They will I'm sorry, I'm losing brain cells. They will be sure to know." She ran to the door of her own house, but it was shut. Then she knocked at the window and cried, "Hans, is Elsie within?" "Yes," answered Hans, "she is within." Hereupon she was terrified, and said, "Ah, heavens, then it is not I," and went to another door. But when the people heard jingling of the bells, they would not open it, and she could get in nowhere. Then she ran out of the village, and no one has seen her since. What the fuck was this story? I I don't understand. I don't understand. This was even worse than the Hans one. This is even what? I I don't know. I have no words. I'm gonna need a second. I know we're 20 minutes away from a break, but I'm gonna take just a minute. I'm gonna take just a minute. We'll be right back. I need to have an existential crisis for a second. Okay, thank you for like not even a minute, just a second.
Need some over here?
Yeah, let me just.
Oh yeah, the bars.
Bars! The bars! Man, that must have been the problem the whole time. The bar. How could I have been so blind?
But the instructions are being vague. They're being vague. work out real good. And, yeah. Gonna work out real good.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, welcome in, Amba. I needed to take a second for an existential crisis. I hate that. I hate it. I hated that. That was. Yeah, I had to go gather my brain cells. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. The next story is The Wishing Table, The Gold Ass, and The Cudgel in the Sack. What a strange story title. There was once upon a time a tailor who had 3 sons and only 1 goat. Okay, cool. But as the goat supported the whole of them with her milk, she was obliged to have good food and to be taken every day to pasture. The sons, therefore, did this in turn. Once the eldest took her to the churchyard, where the finest herbs were to be found. Watch out, she might get poisoned. And let her eat and run about there. At night, when it was time to go home, he asked, "Goat, hast thou had enough?" The goat answered, "I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh." I love goats. "Come home, then," said the youth, and took hold of the cord round her neck, led her into the stable, and tied her up securely. "Well," said the old tailor, "has the goat had as much food as she ought?" "Oh," answered the son, "she has eaten so much, not a leaf more she'll touch." But the father wished to satisfy himself, and went down to the stable, stroked the dear animal, and asked, "Goat, art thou satisfied?" The goat answered, "How should I be satisfied? Among the graves I leapt about, and found no food, so went without. Meh, meh. This greedy bitch." "What do I hear?" cried the tailor, and ran upstairs and said to the youth, "Hollo, thou liar, thou saidst the goat had enough, and hast let her hunger." And in his anger he took the yard measure from the wall and drove him out with blows. This fucking goat. What a fucking troll. Next day. Sorry. Fucking goat. Like, "Oh no. No. Meh. I'm so hungry." Next day it was the turn of the second son, who looked out for a place in the fence of the garden, where nothing but good herbs grew. And the goat cleared them all off. At night, when he wanted to go home, he asked, "Goat, art thou satisfied?" The goat answered, "I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh." I mean, she's gonna run out of fucking dudes to take her to places, dude. She's gonna run out of people. "Come home, then," said the youth, and led her home, and tied her up in the stable. "Well," said the old tailor, "has the goat had as much food as she ought?" "Oh," answered the son, "she has eaten so much, not a leaf more she'll touch." The tailor would not rely on this, but went down to the stable and said, "Goat, hast thou had enough?" The goat answered, "How shall I be satisfied? Among the graves I leapt about, and found no food, so went without. Meh, meh." That godless wretch. the goat is hungry. The godless wretch, cried the tailor, to let such a good animal hunger. And he ran up and drove the youth out of the doors with the yard measure. Now came the turn of the third son, who wanted to do the thing well, and sought out some bushes with the finest leaves, and let the goat devour them. In the evening, when he wanted to go home, he asked Goat, hast thou had enough? The goat answered, I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh. Come home then, said the youth, and led her into the stable, and tied her up. Well, said the old tailor, has the goat had a proper amount of food? She has eaten so much, not a leaf more she'll touch. The tailor did not trust to that, but went down and asked, Goat, hast thou had enough? The wicked beast answered, How shall I be satisfied? Among the graves I left about, and found no leaves, so went without. Meh, meh. Ah, the brood of liars, cried the tailor, each as wicked and forgetful of his duty as the other. Ye shall no longer make a fool of me. And quite beside himself with anger, he ran upstairs and belabored the poor young fellow so vigorously with the yard measure that he sprang out of the house. The old tailor was now alone with his goat. Next morning he went down into the stable, caressed the goat, and said, Come, my dear little animal, I will take thee to feed myself. He took her by the rope and conducted her to green hedges, and amongst milfoil, and whatever else goats like to eat. The author could not be bothered to figure out what goats eat. There, thou mayst for once eat to thy heart's content, he said to her, and let her browse till evening. Then he asked, Goat, art thou satisfied? She replied, I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh. Come home then, said the tailor, and led her into the stable, and tied her fast. When he was going away, he turned round again, and said, Well, art thou satisfied for once? But the goat did not behave the better to him, and cried, How shall I be satisfied? Among the graves I left about, and found no leaves, so went without. Meh, meh. When the tailor heard that, he was shocked, and saw clearly that he had driven away his 3 sons without cause. Wait, thou ungrateful creature, cried he. It is not enough to drive thee forth. I will mark thee so that thou wilt no more dare to show thyself amongst honest tailors. In great haste he ran upstairs, fetched his razor, lathered the goat's head, and shaved her clean as the palm of his hand. And as the yard measure would have been too good, oh my god, and as the yard measure would have been too good for her, he brought the horsewhip and gave her such cuts with it that she ran away in violent haste. When the tailor thus left quite alone in his house, he fell into great grief. I thought that was going to be the end of the story. Damn. And would gladly have had his sons back again, but no one knew whither they were gone. The eldest had apprenticed himself to a joiner, and learnt industriously and indefatigably. And when the time came for him to go travelling, his master presented him with a little table, which had no particular appearance, and was made of common wood. But it had one good property. If anyone set it out and said, Little table, spread thyself, the good little table was at once covered with a clean little cloth, and a plate was there, and a knife and fork beside it, the dishes with boiled meats and roasted meats, as many as there was room for, and a great glass of red wine shone so that it made the heart glad. The young journeyman thought, With this thou hast enough for thy whole life. And went joyously about the world, and never troubled himself at all whether an inn was good or bad, or if anything was to be found in it or not. When it suited him, he did not enter an inn at all, but either on the plain, but but either on the plain, in a wood, a meadow, or whenever he fancied, took his little table off his back, set it down before him, and said, "Cover thyself." And then everything appeared that his heart desired. At length he took it into his head to go back to his father, whose anger would now be appeased, and who would now willingly receive him with his wishing table. It came to pass that on his way home he came one evening to an inn which was filled with guests. They bade him welcome and invited him to sit and eat with them, for otherwise he would have difficulty in getting anything. "No," answered the joiner, "I will not take a few bites out of your mouths. Rather than that, you shall be my guests." They laughed and thought he was jesting with them. He, however, placed his wooden table in the middle of the room and said, "Little table, cover thyself." Instantly it was covered with food, so good that the host could never have procured it, and the smell of it ascended pleasantly to the nostrils of the guests. "Fall to, dear friends," said the joiner, and the guests, when they saw that he meant it, did not need to be asked twice, but drew near, pulled out their knives, and attacked it valiantly. And what surprised them the most was that when a dish became empty, a full one instantly took its place of its own accord. The innkeeper stood in one corner and watched the affair. He did not at all know what to say, but thought, "Thou couldst easily find a use for such a cook as that in thy kitchen." The joiner and his comrades made merry until late into the night. At length they lay down to sleep, and the young apprentice also went to bed, and set his magic table against the wall. The host's thoughts, however, let him have no rest. It occurred to him that there was a little old table in his lumber room which looked just like the apprentice's, and he thought it out. He brought it out quite softly, and exchanged it for the wishing table. What a bastard! What a bastard! Next morning the joiner paid for his bed, took up his table, never thinking that he had got a false one, and went his way. At midday he reached his father, who received him with great joy. "Well, my dear son, what hast thou learnt?" he said to him. And said, fuck you, father." Sorry, I got mad. He kicked him out over a fucking greedy goat, okay? I feel like, what have you learned? Is not the fucking thing to be saying. I would be saying, "I am very, very sorry that I threw you out over a greedy, lying goat," okay? Anyway, sorry, I got a little bit heated there. Said he to him, "Father, I've become a joiner." "A good trade," replied the old man. "But what hast thou brought back with thee from thy Fuck off. Fuck off, father." I'm gonna punch this dude in the face. "Father, the best thing which I have brought back with me is this little table." The tailor inspected it on all sides and said, "Thou didst not make a masterpiece when thou madest that. It is a bad old table." I know, right? Fuck this guy. I'm pissed off, honestly. And he's insulting this table. Fuck you. What is this guy's fucking problem? What is his issue? Anyway. "But it is a table which furnishes itself," replied the son. "When I set it out, and tell it to cover itself, the most beautiful dishes stand on it, and a wine also, which gladdens the heart. Just invite all our relations and friends. They shall refresh and enjoy themselves for once, for the table will give them all they require." When the company was assembled, he put his table in the middle of the room and said, "Little table, cover thyself." But the little table did not bestir itself and remained just as bare as any other table which did not understand language. Then the poor apprentice became aware that his table had been changed, and was ashamed at having to stand there like a liar. The relations, however, mocked him, and were forced to go home without having eaten or drunk. The father brought out his patches again, and went on tailoring, but the son went to a master in the craft. I'm, I'm annoyed. The second son had gone to a miller, and had apprenticed himself to him. When his years were over, the master said, "As thou hast conducted thyself so well, I give thee an ass of a peculiar kind, which neither draws a cart nor carries a sack." "To what use is he put, then?" asked the young apprentice. "He lets gold drop from his mouth." Okay, mouth. It's mouth, not anything else. Answered the miller. "If thou settest him on a cloth, and sayest, 'Bricklebrit, Bricklebrit,' the good animal will drop gold pieces for thee." "That is a fine thing," said the apprentice, and thanked the master, and went out into the world. When he had need of gold, he had only say "Bricklebrit" to his ass, and it rained gold pieces, and he had nothing to do but pick them off the ground. Wheresoever he went, the best of everything was good enough for him, and the dearer the better, for he had always a full purse. When he had looked about the world for some time, he thought, "Thou must seek out thy father. If thou goest to him with the gold ass, he will forget his anger and receive thee well." It came to pass that he came to the same public house in which his brother's table had been exchanged. He led his ass by the bridle, and the host was about to take the animal from him and tie him up. But the young apprentice said, "Don't trouble yourself. I will take my gray horse into the stable, and tie him up myself too, for I must know where he stands." This struck the host as odd, and he thought that a man who was forced to look after his ass himself could not have much to spend. But when the stranger put his hand in his pocket and brought out 2 gold pieces, and said he was to provide something good for him, the host opened his eyes wide, and ran and sought out the best he could muster. After dinner, the guest asked what he owed. The host did not see why he should not double the reckoning, and said the apprentice must give 2 more gold pieces. He felt in his pocket, but his gold was just at an end. "Wait an instant, sir host," said he. "I will go and fetch some money." But he took the tablecloth with him. The host could not imagine what this could mean, and being curious, stole after him. And as the guest bolted the stable door, he peeped through a hole left by a knot in the wood. The stranger spread out the cloth under the animal and cried, "Bricklebrit," and immediately the beast began to let gold pieces fall, so that it fairly rained down money on the ground. My word," said the host, "ducats are quickly coined there. A purse like this is not amiss." This fucking innkeeper. One second. The guest paid his score and went to bed, but in the night the host stole down into the stable, led away the master of the mint, and tied up another ass in his place. Early next morning the apprentice travelled away with his ass, and thought that he had his gold ass. At midday he reached his father, who rejoiced to see him again, and gladly took him in. "What hast thou made of thyself, my son?" asked the old man. "A miller, dear father," he answered. "What hast thou brought back with thee from thy travels?" "Nothing else but an ass." we're about to go on a quick little ad break. So far, this is horrifying, and I hate this, and I hate this father man. This father man is terrible. What the fuck's wrong with him? Yeah, we're gonna go on a quick little break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish this story, and then we'll end stream. I hate this father. What the fuck is wrong with him? I hate this innkeeper. This innkeeper that's like, ooh, magic items. I'm gonna take them. And it's very funny. Oh, I hope that. I know that the goat already got its comeuppance, but yeah, it's a weekly thing. I read every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. And then the rest of my streams are just like normal game stuff. Yeah, I read public domain books once a week. Okay, ad time. I'll be right back. Fuck, run! Hell yeah! Kaden! Oh fuck! No, no, no. You absolute whore. That better fucking count. You fuck. Thank you. I got it. It's fine. Everything's fine. No! Absolutely the fuck not! Fucking goddamn no! I said I just wanted some fucking health. Okay, well, I'm gonna change my goddamn things now. Wonderful, amazing, I'm so happy. And showed. Thank you so much. Also, did you see that, Arch? I love it when that happens so much. It's so funny. Just kills me, absolutely kills me. But yeah, thank you so much for the bits, you're awesome. Also have my little laptop keyboard. I keep reaching forward to do the laptop keyboard. Even though I really shouldn't.
I mean, you don't need to.
Yeah.
It's just a habit.
Yeah, it's a habit. God.
It's about making that bastard feel what it's like to lose everything. Watch as I take it all away from him.
Hi, Lincoln.
This is a one-way road. Once you start down it, there ain't no turning back.
Shut up, Father James. Just let him do it.
I'm going to Sammy.
Lincoln Dommy Daddy. What? Sounds totally reasonable. Is that my wife? Well, if it is, I just did bad things. I'm just a little bug! Ah! Fuck! Fuck! You whore! You whore! Radiance! How could you do this to me? Radiance! Radiance, please! Fucking Radiance! Okay. Okay, well that's it. Fucking Hornet. Fucking sorry, babe. Sorry, sister. Sorry, my dearest sis. Fuck, run. Hell yeah! Kaden! And we're back. Thank you for the boop, K-pop. Oh man. You ever just have someone drive near your house and they just have music playing so loud and you're like, please stop compensating for things. Anyway, we're back to the goat story, man. I'm really upset about this. Okay. Boy, oh boy. Okay. A little bit. I have played a little bit of it. It's very confusing. And there's a giant fire guy that is kind of a dick. Okay. This is the asshole father. Thank you for the headbats. What hast thou made of thyself, my son? Asked the old man. A miller, dear father, he answered. What hast thou brought back with thee from thy travels? Nothing else but an ass. There are asses enough here, said the father. I would rather have had a good goat. Fuck you, fuck you and your goat. Guy's fucking obsessed with goats. Yes, replied the son, but it is no common ass. It is a gold ass. When I say Bricklebrit, the good beast opens its mouth and drops a whole sheet full of gold pieces. Just summon all our relations hither, and I will make them rich folks. That suits me well, said the tailor, for then I shall have no need to torment myself any longer with a fuck you. No, you don't get the ass. The ass is not yours. The ass is your son's, bitch. Yeah, he's willing to show you, but he's not giving you the ass. Fuck you. I'm sorry, I'm getting really mad at this guy. He's like, yeah, I'll never have to work a day in my life. Me. I'll never have to work again. And it's like, buddy, hell, no. Anyway. Okay. And ran out himself and called the relations together. As soon as they were assembled, the miller bade them make way, spread out his cloth, and brought the ass into the room. Now watch, said he, and cried, Bricklebrit! But no gold pieces fell, and it was clear that the animal knew nothing of the art. For every ass does not attain such perfection. What are they talking? What was that sentence? Then the poor miller pulled a long face. Fuck you. Bricklebrit is what he says to the ass to get gold out of it. Oh, it's the magic word. It's like alakadabra. Like, alakazam. Bleeple-blorp. It's just the word that he uses as the key word for magic. Then the poor miller pulled a long face, saw that he was betrayed, and begged pardon of the relative. Yeah, it's gibberish. And begged pardon of the relatives, who went home as poor as they came. There was no help for it. The old man had to betake him to his needle once more, and the youth hired himself to a miller. Thank you. The third brother had apprenticed himself to a turner, and as that is skilled labor, he was the longest in learning. His brothers, however, told him in a letter how badly things had gone with them, and how the innkeeper had cheated them of their beautiful wishing gifts. Go get them back. Go kill the fucking innkeeper. Sorry. Anyway, on the last evening before they reached home, when the turner had served his time and had to set out on his travels, as he had conducted himself so well, his master presented him with a sack and said, There's a cudgel in it. I can put on the sack, said he, and it may be of good service to me. But why should the cudgel be in it? It only makes it heavy. I will tell thee why, replied the master. If anyone has done anything to injure thee, do but say, Out of the sack, cudgel, and the cudgel will leap forth among the people, and play such a dance on their backs that they will not be able to stir or move for a week, and it will not leave off until thou sayest, "Into the sack, Cudgel." The apprentice thanked him, and put the sack on his back, and when anyone came too near him and wished to attack him, he said, "Out of the sack, Cudgel," and instantly the cudgel sprang out, and dusted the coat or jacket of one after the other on their backs, and never stopped until it had stripped it off them. And it was done so quickly that before anyone was aware, it was already his own turn. In the evening, the young turner reached the inn where his brothers had been cheated. He laid his sack on the table before him, and began to talk of all the wonderful things which he had seen in the world. "Yes," said he, "people may easily find a table which will cover itself, a gold ass, and things of that kind, extremely good things, which I by no means despise. But these are nothing in comparison with the treasure which I have won for myself. And am carrying about with me in my sack there." The innkeeper pricked up his ears. "What in the world can that be?" thought he. "The sack must be full with nothing but jewels. I ought to get them cheap, too. For all good things go in threes. No. No. I mean, the rule of threes is a very interesting thing. But anyway. When it was time for sleep, the guest stretched himself on the bench, and laid his sack beneath him for a pillow. When the innkeeper thought his guest was lying in a sound sleep, he went to him, and pushed and pulled quite gently and carefully at the sack to see if he could possibly draw it away, and lay another in its place. The turner had, however, been waiting for this for a long time, and now, just as the innkeeper was about to give a hearty tug, he cried, "Out of the sack, Cudgel!" Uh-oh. Instantly the little cudgel came forth, and fell on the innkeeper, and gave him a sound thrashing. The host cried for mercy, but the louder he cried, so much more heavily the cudgel beat the time on his back, until at length he fell to the ground exhausted. Then the turner said, "If thou dost not give back the table which covers itself and the gold ass, the dance shall begin afresh." "Oh no," cried the host, quite humbly. I will gladly produce everything. Only make the accursed kobold creep back into the sack." "Then," said the apprentice, "I will let mercy take the place of justice. So, but beware of getting into mischief again." So he cried, "Into the sack, Cudgel," and let him have rest. Next morning the turner went home to his father with the wishing table and the gold ass. The tailor rejoiced when he saw him once more, and asked him likewise what he had learned in foreign parts. "Dear father," said he, "I have become a turner." "A skilled trade," said the father. "What hast thou brought back with thee from thy travels?" I fucking hate this guy with every fiber of my being. "A precious thing, dear father," replied the son. I hate this guy so much. He's like, "What have you brought?" Like, remember this, by the way. Remember, this father threw out all of his sons because a goat was lying to him. And he felt bad about that. And now the sons are finally coming back to talk to him for the first time. And he's like, "What have you done? And what do you have?" And he also assumes that he gets to keep everything. Fuck you. Fuck this guy. This guy's a dickhead. "A precious thing, dear father," replied the son. "A cudgel in the sack. I hope that this son fucking unleashes the cudgel upon him. Fucking..." "What?" cried the father. "A cudgel? That's worth thy trouble indeed. From every tree thou can cut thyself one." "Fuck you. But not one like this, dear father. If I say, 'Out of the sack, Cudgel,' the cudgel springs out and leads any one who means ill with me a weary dance, and never stops until he lies on the ground and prays for fair weather. Look you, with this cudgel have I got back the wishing table and the gold ass, which the thievish innkeeper took away from my brothers. Now let them both be sent for, and invite all our kinsmen. I will give them to eat and to drink, and will fill their pockets with gold into the bargain. The old tailor would not quite believe, but nevertheless got the relatives together. Then the turner spread a cloth in the room, and led the gold ass, and said to his brother, "Now, dear brother, speak to him," the miller said. "Bricklebrit." And instantly the gold pieces fell down on the cloth, and like a thunder shower. And the ass did not stop until every one of them had so much that he could carry no more. I can see in thy face that thou wouldst like to be there. What? Why did that is in parentheses, by the way. That's just a note from the author, like, I bet you fucking wish you had that much money. It's like, why are you being a snarky little shit, author? Don't be snarky. Don't snark me from inside the book, okay? You died many years ago, so fuck you. Yeah, I bet you wish you were still alive, bitch. Then the turner brought the little table, and said, "Now, dear brother, speak to it." And scarcely had the carpenter said, "Table, cover thyself," than it was spread and amply covered with the most exquisite dishes. Then such a meal took place as the good tailor had never yet known in his house, and the whole party of kinsmen stayed together till far in the night, and were all merry and glad. The tailor locked away needle and thread, yard measure and goose, in a press, and lived with his 3 sons in joy and splendor. What, however, has become of the goat, who was to blame for the tailor driving out his 3 sons, that I will tell thee. She was ashamed that she had a bald head, and ran to a fox's hole, and crept into it. When the fox came home, he was met by 2 great eyes shining out of the darkness, and was terrified and ran away. A bear met him, and as the fox looked quite disturbed, he said, "What is the matter with thee, brother fox? Why dost thou look like that?" "Ah," answered the fox, "a fierce beast is in my cave, and stared at me with its fiery eyes." "We will soon drive him out," said the bear, and went with him to the cave and looked in. But when he saw the fiery eyes, fear seized on him likewise. He would have nothing to do with the furious beast, and took to his heels. The bee met him, and as she saw that he was ill at ease, she said, "Bear, thou art really pulling a very pitiful face. What has become of all thy gaiety?" "It is all very well for thee to talk," replied the bear. "A fierce beast with staring eyes is in Fox's house. Then we can't drive him out." The bee said, "Bear, I pity thee. I am a poor and weak creature, whom thou wouldst not turn aside to look at. But still, I believe I can help thee." She flew into the fox's cave, lighted on the goat's smoothly shorn head, and stung her so violently that she sprang up crying, "Meh, meh," and ran forth into the world as if mad. And to this hour no one knows where she has gone. That was a weird story to end it on. That was weird. That was a strange series of events. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no words. No words. Anyway, so that's certainly it. That is all we have today. I'm gonna need to recover emotionally a little bit from that. Oh man, oh man. Mm. Yeah, so none of these are looking good, so we're not gonna rate anyone because I don't really trust it. Anyway, I will see you all on Thursday. I hope you had fun and were not too traumatized by the series of events we just read through. Thank you all so much for coming. Have a lovely day. And drink a liquid that's at least mostly water. Okay, bye.